It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend with Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. How's everybody doing this beautiful morning? Hi, Miss Barbara. I'm kind of wondering where people are at today. Oh, all right. Let me send out some links. Let me just make sure I've got everything selected correctly. And then I will start to send out the show links. Maybe people are already in the holiday spirit, and you guys are forgetting the cold hard truth is here. I don't know. Yes, that's why I take it upon myself to send out the links, because it just makes life easier. Let me see here. All right, so we've got YouTube, 2 links on YouTube. So don't forget now, you can choose. And then there is also there's also Instagram, Facebook, cmrtv.com. So you've got lots of viewing options these days where you can join us. All right. Let me just remind you of the telephone number in the link that I'm about to send out. Don't forget, if you've not yet joined the channel, that's the What's Up channel. Free to do so at no cost, super easy. And then that way you get the notifications right to your phone directly. I had people saying, oh, Sandy, I've joined the channel, but I still don't see the notifications. That's because by default, channels are muted, right, on your phone. So you've got to, after you've actually followed a channel, then you have to unmute it so that the little notifications will pop up on your screen. All right. So the links have been sent out. Share that with your friends. If you need to know how to join a channel, by all means, please do so. Okay. I think we're good. All right. Let me put on my headset. We got a new guest in the studio today. Exciting. Instagram, good morning to all of you. You guys are good? Everybody looks beautiful. Miss Barbara, good morning. Dawn. Hey, Dawn, I have not seen you in a while. You're in Los Angeles now? Are you living in Los Angeles? What are you doing there? Oh, wow. Okay, honey chill. We've got Suyapa. Good morning to you. How are you? Tell us where you're joining from, by the way. Comment in the chat section. Let us know where you are at this morning. Los Angeles. What's the weather like in LA, Dawn? Damara's joining us from NYC. I know it's cold there. Faith and Hope, good morning to you, my darling. How are you? Let me see who else I've here. I have got just visiting my mom. Oh, that's so nice. Tell mom we said hello. Lavana joining us right here from Windsor Park. Good morning to the beautiful Lavana. All right, let's go ahead and welcome. I'm pretty sure this is her first time in the studio with us right here in the Cold Hard Truth. None other than Miss Joni Kirkernel. Good morning.
Morning, Sandra. How are you?
I'm good. This is your first time joining the show, right?
This is, yes.
Ah, wow. Well, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to shoot you a quick little message in just look on your screen.
Mhm.
There's a little private chat there, and I'm going to send you a quick little message. I just want you to do one little thing. Give me 1 second here. Yeah. I'm going to just pull you out of the studio to do that for me. All right. Uh-huh. There we go. Perfect. All right. Looking good. Bring you back in. There we go. Hello.
All right.
So good morning to you, and thank you so much for joining us today. So Joni, in case you don't know, is the Director of HR and Corporate Services at Caribbean Utilities Company. And she's joining us here to talk about Christmas light safety and, all sorts of safety around the Christmas holidays, because this is a time of year, Joni, where everybody has everything plugged into like one socket. I do kind of feel like low key. Yeah, we probably all need to be extra cautious this time of year. I'm going to put up I've got some Christmas accessories here. Hold on.
Okay.
It's that time of year, so I'm excited to add a little bit of Christmas flair. But yes, is it my imagination, or is it a situation where, it's kind of more dangerous this time of year?
It is, I think you always get those flashbacks of those Christmas movies like National Lampoons or Christmas Story, where they've got the one plug and all of the outlets plugged into it.
Yes.
And then it's funny on TV, but when it happens in your own living room, it is not so funny. Or when it happens outside, it's not so funny. So just wanted to give a couple of messages just to keep the people of my beautiful island safe. And just a couple of hints so we can get through the holiday season in one piece.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so I think for myself, because I even see Marlon hanging up like stuff that I've never seen before. There's a blow up snowman outside. I'm thinking, where are you plugging him in at? I mean, I need to know the plan here, right?
Yeah.
So let's go through some of this, because, like you said, safety is always the number one concern, I know, for CUC, just not for just your own staff, but for the larger community. So why is it important to, especially this time of year, to really think about the safety of how we are connecting things at home? Is it because the load is so much greater in December because of the Christmas holidays?
Not so much the load. I think as individuals, we think we've all turned into electricians during December.
Mhm.
So just a reminder, so there are different cords for different reasons. Let's start with outdoor lights, for instance. So
Right.
there are specific cords that are
Mhm.
designed to work outside. So outside, you're going to have greater humidity. We've had a lot of rain recently. You do not want to be plugging in electrical cords that would normally go inside outside.
Mhm.
So you need to be definitely mindful of that. And if you go to any of the hardware stores, they're very good at letting you know what should be outside and what should be inside. So the outside ones are more rugged.
Okay. So it's important to select the correct interior versus exterior type of plugs
Yes.
so that they operate. Now, if we have outdoor plugs, like, some of our homes do have like porch plugs and stuff like that, they're already sort of weather resistant,
Mhm.
right? If they are properly installed by an electrician,
If
I should.
if they are properly installed, yes, and the good people of planning wouldn't have given you your permission to occupy your house if they never had the proper components for outside. So normally to outside or anywhere that you will have water, you'll
Mhm.
have that GFCI cord, that little plug,
Right.
like if you're ever in the bathroom and that grounding goes off, you can press it. So
Mhm.
that would be outside. And they have special extension cords as well that prohibit the grounding. So if you are using something outside, definitely make sure that it is suited for outside use.
Mhm. All right. Extension cords. So basically, we know an extension cord gives you the ability to kind of, because some plugs, like the device itself, might have a really long plug built in. So extension
Hmm.
cords give you the ability to plug in, kind of extend the length and plug in additional lights or, whatever, like big Santa Clauses or whatever that you have.
Yeah.
How important is it to not plug too many things into like either one extension cord or even the surge protectors? Like I see sometimes I've gone into people's homes helping them with like their TVs and stuff. And I'm just like, oh my God, you have like 50 things plugged into this one little strip. I'm pretty
The
sure it
strip.
wasn't really designed to hold that much.
Exactly. So if you have a power strip and it's got 4 outlets on it, you really should only be plugging 4 items into it.
Mhm.
Another good rule is with string lights, you really shouldn't be plugging any more than 2 string lights into an extension cord. So tis the season for extension cords, but they can only extend so much.
Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. All right, folks, don't forget to any questions or comments, 936-2626. I'm curious to know if anyone has had a bit of a nightmare situation with maybe you plugged in too many things and next thing you know, you smelt a little something burning and you had to quick time plug it out. I'd like to hear maybe some of those stories today as well, all in the spirit of Christmas, of course.
Of
Um,
course.
Timers. Now, this is something that I actually hadn't thought about because most of us kind of do manual plug in and plug out. But let's
Mhm.
talk about how timers can actually help with both safety and energy savings.
Yeah, so if you invest in a timer, it is great, like you said, for both energy saving because you don't want your lights on all the time.
Mhm.
If you don't need to have them on, turn them on, off, just like how you would go through the house and turn off lights that you're not using. Same thing with those Christmas decorations. So install a timer so that it's on just when you actually need it. And it's not on all the time. So that's where it comes in from a safety standpoint. So if you're reducing the amount of time that your decorations are on, you're reducing the ability for electric shock or fire because it's overused.
Mhm. Hmm. All right, fantastic. So, and the other thing too, we love to obviously look at the Christmas lights, and I think they're so beautiful. And big shout out to the families who actually open up their properties to the wider public to be able to come and do the tours. I know that's the Bodens in South Sound for sure. The Creightons in off of the main strip there in what's that area called? I think that's still on Shamrock, but I guess
Shamrock.
that's
Yeah.
still kind of Georgetown-ish, not quite Savannah, but and there's a new one in West Bay that I went to a couple years ago that's really cool. They're pretty high tech because they do like the music. It's like a show where the whole
Okay.
like dancing to the music and stuff, all the lights, and it's amazing. It's really kind of cool. But even those people should be cognizant. I mean, because that's got to be a huge. I cannot imagine what the Crichtons pay, what the Bodens pay in the month of December for their utility bill for something that's amazing for the kids and the entire community. But just your house, you don't have to leave the lights on all night long. Like you can have them shut off. You put it on a timer if you suggested. You could have it go off like at 11 or 12 o'clock. Most people are in bed. They're done.
Yeah.
Nobody's coming after midnight.
I know.
Beautiful light.
You don't have a lot of people crossing your house at 2 a.m. and stopping. Or if they are crossing your house at 2 a.m. and stopping, you really don't want them to be stopping.
You might not want to be looking that attractive. Not that pretty. But yeah, so, putting it on a timer can really help to say, okay, shut it down at 11:30 each night. And that could be the difference of, 5-6 hours a night.
Yeah.
By the time you wake up in the morning, that adds up really, really quickly in the month of December, right?
It sure does. And any way that you can save money, we always like to say you've got the power at CUC. You do have that ability to cut down on that electrical bill.
Morning, Miss Lucille, joining us from the UK. Sherry, good morning to you. Robert also tuned in. Wee Wee's here for it as well. So, and those of you who are joining us a little bit late, we're talking to Miss Joni Kirkernel from the Caribbean Utilities Company, CUC, and she's the Director of HR and Corporate Services. And we are talking about sort of like Christmas tips from CUC, Christmas safety and, energy conservation. Even during the Christmas season, you can still do it. And there are smart plugs. I'm going to throw one in there because there's actually smart plugs that you can purchase and plug your devices in. This isn't just for Christmas, but all the time. Marlon's into smart plugs big time because then you can set them through the smart plug on a timer. You can also check through the various apps to see, oh my gosh, did I forget to turn something off? And it'll tell you if something's off or on, and then you can remotely turn it off. So these work great for like fans, TVs even, your Christmas lights. So we have ours on a timer, and then you can integrate it with all the smart devices like Alexa and so forth. So you can say, hey, even if you're not home and it's 8 o'clock and you do want the Christmas tree on, you want the lights on, you can tell those devices remotely to turn on those specific appliances for you. So it's a really great way to automate and also to save as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another good tip too is using LED lights instead of your traditional lights. So they're again more energy efficient, and they're a lot safer too because they don't get as hot as your traditional light, and that's especially important if you are if you've got it outside, so around leaves or decorations or anything that's flammable.
Yes, because they don't get as hot and stuff as
They
well.
don't get as hot, yeah. And most lights right now are LED. We've moved away from the standard lights. But some people still have lights from
They last a long time.
They may be pulling them out and checking bulb by bulb.
Yes. No, they do last a really long time, actually. I must say one thing about Christmas lights. Ms. Barbara says, I bought solar lights for outdoors.
Excellent. Yeah. And again, the solar lights are usually like on a timer as well.
That's great, Barbara. Didn't know that they actually made them, but gotta check that out. Yes, this is the technology, right? And of course, they also make the entire ones. I know there's a company called Govee that does a lot of lighting and stuff. A lot of those are smart anyway. So again, you can program those and tell them when to turn off and on. And fantastic. Good one, Barbara. Thanks for the reminder. All right, let's talk about what the rule is when it comes to connecting multiple strings of lights.
So again, you never want to connect more than 2 strings of lights or decorations to a single extension cord because If you end up overloading the cord, it can cause overheating and increase your fire risk. If you do need more coverage, you should just use additional cords and outlets.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you definitely don't want that scenario where you have that one extension cord or power strip with 50 lights plugged into it. Like I say, it's funny on TV,
Yes,
until it
in real
happens in
life.
your house.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's nothing to, on the one hand, it is a little bit humorous when you think about it, but then there really is nothing to joke about, because
No.
we have seen house fires, even here in Cayman, just one little spark is all
That's
it
all
took.
you need.
It was the most innocent thing. And next thing you know, that spark grabbed, the wooding on the lanai or whatever. And that's all it needed, was that additional little something to burn, and poof, the whole house
Yeah.
in a matter of minutes is gone.
And especially this time of year when we do have a lot more flammable items. You got your wrapping paper, you got all your presents, all
Yeah.
the garland ornaments. So it really is something that we have to be cognizant of when it comes to plugging in items.
Yeah. And Barbara says that you can get those solar lights from this outdoor solar lights from A.L. Thompson. So support support your local businesses. So thank you, Barbara. I'm not really big with outdoor lights, because what goes up must come down.
Come down. I know.
And I
You really have to psych yourself up to do it.
Yes. And some people just leave them up all year round. They're like, hey, they look pretty. But yeah, I'm not too into pulling them back down. So I'll do
It's a commitment.
Yes, it definitely is. All right. So also let's talk about plugging these outdoor lights into the GFCI outlet. So again, let's remind our listeners what this GFCI outlet is.
So the GFCI outlet is that little, if you can think about, if listeners are in their bathroom now and they look at one of the plugs there, it's that little plug that it sometimes comes out, and it's really to detect a grounding fault. So whenever there's water around, you've got that. So that's why it's really important to, my lights are on the timer. That's why it's saving electricity.
Yeah.
That's why it's really important to have those outdoor lights in particular, or those outdoor outlets will have that, because if it does detect moisture, it will shut off automatically.
Yes. Okay. That's good. And then I know sometimes they kind of trip out, but that's a safety measure when you see them.
That is a safety measure. Yeah. So if it does trip out, it has detected a grounding fault. And it's usually because there's some type of moisture, and then you can always just reset it. So the ones in your bathroom typically are the outlets outside. There's another button you can press, and that will reset it. But it's there for a reason.
Good to know. Morning, Miss Alba. How are you? Thank you guys so much for tuning in this morning. And let's talk about LED lights. Now, we know that you can save money with LED lights, but they're actually safer as well than traditional bulbs.
Yeah, so they don't get as hot. So typically too, you'll see people putting lights up around gutters. This is where LED bulbs are really important, because typically around your gutters, you're going to have your dry leaves, you're going to have your shingles, and you definitely don't want your traditional bulbs, which can get much hotter. You don't want those in contact with flammable items. So make sure that you do have LED, make sure that you have items that are rated to be outside. So don't be stringing indoor lights around your gutters or on your patio or anywhere outside, because they are not suited for that purpose.
Okay. All right. That's a good one. Hadn't thought too much about the placement of those, but very good. All right. So the other thing that, you got to think about is how you're actually getting these lights up. So a lot of us are using ladders. Hopefully you're not, climbing up trees. get it done. But this is also something that you got to think about and to try to be as safe as possible, because this time of year accidents are more likely to happen, slip and falls and stuff around the house. And so let's talk a little bit about the use of just ladders and having like a string of lights on your hand, or you're climbing up a ladder with too much stuff. That's also, a real liability, because if you fall, then all that stuff is likely going to fall with you.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
ladder safety around this time of the year is very important. I mean, it's important around every time of the year, but we tend to use ladders as if we're experts.
Mhm.
So a couple of things to think about for ladders. So first is just inspecting your ladder, making sure there's no cracks, there's no breaks, the footings are even. And then making sure that you have the right type of ladder. So there are all sorts of types of ladders out there. And on the sides of the ladder, actually, you'll see a sticker indicating the type of use. So you want to make sure that you never use metallic ladders around electricity. Make sure that the ladder that you are using is fiberglass or wooden. And it's really important to inspect the ladder. When you do decide to go up the ladder, don't climb the ladder alone. Make sure that there is someone there. Make sure that they are able to steady the ladder, or if something should happen, they're able to call for assistance or help you. Make sure that it's on a firm, level surface, and take your time when you're climbing ladders. Do not climb ladders in flip-flops. I know we're working around the house and it's okay, let me get the ladder and go up, but please make sure that you are wearing steady footwear, sturdy footwear.
Yeah.
And take your time. And another reminder, you'll see at the very top of the ladder where it says, this is not a step. It's really not a step. So if you need to get another ladder that's taller, go ahead and do that, because that top rung is not rated for people to step on.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's not optional advice. That's actually, it's not a step.
It is not a step. Yeah. This isn't like a maybe, it's not a step.
Yes. All right. Good stuff. Okay, folks. Again, we're talking about just safety around, the holidays here with CUC. And let's now discuss a little bit about the breaker panel. I feel like a lot of people want to touch and mess with the breaker panel, pretending like they're an electrician when they don't have the relevant skills to do so. Even your handyman probably shouldn't be doing it if he or she is not a certified electrician. So yeah, let's discuss that panel.
Yeah. Like you said, Sandra, if you're not an electrician, don't be messing with the panel box.
Yeah.
So sometimes people will want to tap into the panel box to connect lights. Just remember though, that panel box, it's not designed to carry temporary loads. It really has very high voltage. So when we're plugging things in, we have a higher risk of electrocution and also damaging, severe damage to our house as well. So just remember, just like how you're not a doctor if you're not a doctor, if you're not an electrician, don't be messing with the panel box.
And again, this is particularly important this time of year, but all the time, we're really begging people to be, just in the know. Like it's not something that any and everybody should be touching. There's a reason why, even when you build your homes, that has to be installed by a qualified electrician. Planning is going to make sure, their electrical division passes all these things based on certain criteria. And so you don't want to go back afterwards and try to make modifications to any of this stuff. We've had Miss Nichelle Scott on the program before talking about, and I've told you guys about these amazing devices. The oh Lord, the name was just coming to me. The ones that you can actually plug in, they do require installation to the panel box, and then they tell you like your usage and all that stuff. I don't know, Joni, if you can remember the name, because with an E, I think. It'll come to me in a second. But anyway, So it's a great device to let you monitor your usage. Emporia, thank you, Lady D. She's like, she's got one. The Emporia devices, yes, they're amazing. But again, they have to be installed on the panel box. And so that is something you want a qualified electrician to do for you. Some of you have, solar, not solar, but the generators. Again, have a qualified person install those generators because, when you start getting into the panel box, I mean, it's actually quite complicated. We actually had someone, I think it was, big shout out to Corporate Electric. They did ours and they were very specific. Like, we need to know what devices in the event of a power outage, because, it can't do everything on the house.
Correct.
So what's a priority? Do you want the fridge as a priority? Do you need one AC unit as a priority? And then they go and they program it. It took them like 2 days worth of like programming and setting it up. And, so they're amazing. And there are other people who are qualified and have the relevant experience to be able to do those sorts of things. So just keep in mind that even if someone is an electrician, if they've never done something before, maybe let them practice on your house. I'm just saying.
Exactly. I always say there are things there are things you don't know, and there are things you don't know you don't know.
Yep.
So
exactly.
stick to the things you know, and be brave enough to ask for help when you need it.
Yeah. No, I'm all for that. So again, any questions, feel free to give us a call. The phone lines are open 936-2626. Right. So electrical emergencies. So if something happens, you see a spark, you smell something burning, what's the appropriate protocol? What do you do in situations like that?
All right. So again, don't try and fix it yourself. Call 911. Just a little reminder as well is there are specific fire extinguishers for specific types of fires. So don't go throwing water on a spark that you should see smoking. Safety is a priority, and you should always leave certain things, again, to the professionals. So our emergency responders are trained on how to deal with electrical fires. But again, call 911. And this is where it's important to be proactive and not do your overloading, making sure you use your right cords, and making sure it's built for purpose.
All right, 911. That's the telephone number.
911. Still the number.
And is there anything else that people should be cognizant of or remember for this time of year?
So just a reminder, this is the most wonderful time of the year, so they say. But just go about your duties, the Christmas cheer, safely. So make sure to use outdoor rated products, avoid overloading cords, choose the right ladder, and never work alone. So just a few simple precautions can prevent accidents and keep the season bright for everyone. And just a reminder too, that we are our brothers and sisters keepers, so that if you do see someone who has 40 million outlets plugged into an extension cord, just be brave enough to say, hey, I'm going to buy you an extra extension cord from A.L. Thompson's or one of the other hardware stores, or just point things out, because it's better for us to be proactive than reactive and regretful.
Yep. All right, folks. So some good safety tips from CUC this holiday season. It's important. Barbara says if you use Velcro, it is easy to take them down and reuse them. Okay. All right. So, just be careful, folks. Keep safety at the forefront of your minds as we go through the holiday season. And the safety of your home is, top priority for sure. It's your life, it's your family. So make sure that you take these little tips from CUC and keep them in mind. And again, let the experts handle certain things for you. And let's look out for each other too. I like that, Joni. Sometimes maybe your neighbors are like seniors and they might not be able to get
Yeah.
help, going up the ladder, and you see them out there trying it themselves, offer to assist them wherever we can. So yeah, fantastic.
And you can visit our website, www.cuc/cayman.com/safety, to check out more tips and resources.
All right, great. Well, thank you. Really appreciate you coming on today.
Thank you, Sandra.
Have
Stay
a
safe.
good one. Thank you.
All
Merry
right.
Christmas when it comes.
Merry
It's right
Christmas
around-
to you too
oh
when
my
it
God.
comes.
It's just right around the corner, folks. I think we're like
Yes,
almost a
next
week
week.
out. I'm not ready. Thank you, Joni.
All right then, Sandra. Take care.
All right, bye-bye. All right, folks. So yes, it is literally, today's the 17th. So it is a week and a day away. So next week will be exactly 1 week. It falls on a Thursday this year. So 1 week and 1 day as of today. OMG. I'm not ready. Are you guys ready? I don't feel like I'm ready. Yay. All right. Well, dun, 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 dun. What a mess. Okay, honey child. So Christmas is here, and it's right around the corner. I need to know what you guys are planning. What have you got going on this year? I think maybe in a long time, I am not going to do any cooking, really. I mean, a little bit. All right, so it says 7 days, 15 hours, and 50 minutes until Christmas. 7 days. Isn't it 8 days? Guess it depends on where you are in the world. So yeah, I've decided I've got an invite for Christmas dinner. And so I think I'm actually going to take someone up on that offer. But I did say to them yesterday, we were talking about it. I saw them and they're like, come dinner, we're going to have this and this and so much food. I said, okay, I do have a question though. What's on the Christmas menu? Because I need, no, it's you that I'm talking about. They said I'm still not making candied yams. Okay, here's the thing. Let me talk to you about Christmas for me, right? Because I grew up in the States, that's 15 years of kind of really, really important years. And there's certain things that mean Christmas dinner for me. Oh my God, Aunt Lottie. Florida is the South. And so in some ways, she was very Southern in her cooking. Like she would do collard greens. Y'all don't even know nothing about collard greens. Hello. Delicious. And so, yeah, she kind of spoiled me for Thanksgiving and Christmas. And there are things that I expect on my Christmas plate. I got to have turkey, ham, stuffing, candied yams, and stuff like that. So I was mentioning it to this friend yesterday. Let's just say she knows nothing about candied yams. She's like, we ain't making that. So in the spirit of Christmas and no pork, and pork, that's ham. Like, Marlon will want his pork otherwise, but I need my ham. So here's what I'm thinking. I am thinking that I still got to make a container of candied yams. Although, according to Marlon, I'm the only one at Christmas that eats it anyway, because nobody else knows anything about, this candied yam other than me. But you know what? If Misha's listening this morning, her husband, Corey, he's lived in the States. So Corey gets it. Every time he's like, yes, I'm going to have candied yams. So Corey and I be the only ones digging in the candied yams. So I got to have candied yams. I got to have stuffing. There's a guy in East End. Oh my God, I need to message my aunt. There's a guy in East End who makes like this liver pate kind of stuffing. It's actually really good though. I wonder if he's getting up there in years now, but I wonder if I could sneak in an order this year. And then I'm going to beg another friend to do, because I can't show up empty handed. So I've got another friend who will do, oh, what's it called? Like a jerk turkey. Spicy. Woo. Some serious spices there, but it's good too. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okie dokie. Let me just see. So I'm already thinking about Christmas dinner and what's going to be on the menu. But I'm not going to go all out this year because I'm in the middle of a bit of a renovation project. And so like there's stuff all over the place and I can't be bothered entertaining. So yeah, I'm going to show up. That's the plan. Eat lots of food. And you know, Christmas Day, you can only eat once for the day, right? You can't, there's no room for like additional meals. It just is just, yeah, not going to happen. So it'll be once for the day and one big plate of food. And then I'm done. Loving it. Oh my God. But this friend makes like the best. I mean, the roast beef is to die for. So I'm looking forward to the roast beef. What else do you like in your Christmas menu? You know what else I like? You gotta have some kind of potato dish. So it either has to be a potato salad or the scallop potatoes, au gratin potatoes. English call it something else. Remind me, friend here, what you English people want to call scallop potatoes again. She had some fancy French name, and I'm looking at the dish going, that's just scallop potatoes. I don't know what you people are calling this dish. But that's a good old-fashioned scallop potatoes. It was really good. But they have some fancy French name. I'm like, okay, you know, the English always have to be a little bit extra. But it was delicious, and I absolutely loved it. I'm trying to think what else is, of course, Caymanians, we need to have beef. Oh, Miss Laura is getting me some beef, so I'm going to have to cook that. So I might be walking with turkey and beef and ham. Yeah. So she messaged me last week about getting me 10 pounds of beef, but she's going to have it divided up so I can cook like 5 pounds at a time. So I can freeze part of it and maybe have that later. So what is your favorite? Leanna's asking about cassava cake. All right. Let's talk about, by the way, before I go any further, allow me to extend my condolences to the family of Miss Alrita. Miss Alrita passed away on Monday, and I was not on island, but I knew that lately she hadn't been well. So I suppose on the one hand, you know, we didn't want her to unnecessarily suffer. And she, you know, as I'm sitting here thinking about food, she is a staple in the community, in the Georgetown community when it comes to food. You know, she cooked for so many people over the years. She had her annual Thanksgiving, you know, set up that was just amazing. Everybody in Georgetown and even beyond some years really, really looked forward to that. And so, Miss Alrita, we're going to miss you. We've done a Cayman Voices segment with her. So in her honor, I will be re-airing that in case you missed the original one. Her name was May Alrita Seymour, affectionately known as Miss Alrita, 1940 to 1925. Bless her heart. Condolences to the entire family. She helped raise so many children over the years. If you don't know her story, when we air it this week, please do check it out because you know, she came from a time when mothers in particular were holding down the fort at home. And she looked out not just for her own children, but for everyone in the neighborhood. And I always enjoyed going to see her, particularly on a Sunday. I would stop in and grab my little local food, you know, if it was in the mood for some stew conch or turtle or whatever. And I would call and put in my little order. And it was so nice to see her sitting there with some other seniors in the community, just chatting, having a little talk. And yeah, so sweet. She was really tough, but very, very loving. And she would always ask me about little Gigi. How's your little one doing? Bless you, Miss Arita. You will 85 years old. She passed away on Monday. She is going to be missed very, very much. Beautiful picture there of her as well. So our sincere condolences to the entire family, her daughter, and there's so many family members, grandchildren, nieces, and so on. So what do you guys think about my little Christmas? I got some Christmas things going on here. Hold on. Trying to see which one I like the best. Oh, look at the little Santa snowman. I kind of am feeling the groove for this one. All right. But Digicel has got a lot going on. So I'm going to put their little overlay up for a minute. And I'm going to talk to you guys about that. All right. So listen, yeah. What a blessing. Mm-hmm. All right. So Leanna is asking about cassava cake. Now, who makes a mean cassava cake? I'm not a cassava cake person. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I don't like I don't know what I don't like about it. There's different, I'm not a cassava person, generally speaking, but I just don't like a cassava cake. It's too, I think it's like the consistency of it that I'm not really crazy about. So I might eat cassava cake once a year. Sometimes I go years and I don't eat cassava cake at all. I know, shocking. They had some at the Cayman Airways event on Monday, and that was beautiful. But yeah, I'm just not a cassava cake person. So I don't know what to tell you. Who makes it? Does anybody know? Can anybody make any recommendations on where someone who's looking to order some cassava cake can get some? Thank you so much for the question. Merry Christmas, Leanna. Appreciate it. Strong Will says, watch the weight. Yep. This time of year, it's kind of challenging. I'm not going to lie. But I've been watching it. So what I've decided to do is where I can, I make sacrifices leading up to Christmas Day. Because, Christmas Day, all bets are off. I mean, there is no diet on Christmas Day. I mean, come on now. But leading up to that, I will monitor my caloric intake as much as I possibly can. So yes, I'm sticking to more or less right now. I am on a OMAD program, which is 1 meal a day for most days. Some days, depending on the energy that I'm going to expand, I may have a second meal. So I really cut down my eating window significantly. But yeah, Christmas Day. Mm-hmm. And a couple days after Christmas, honey, yeah, nothing like leftovers. Oh my God. It's the only time that I actually really, really enjoy leftovers, except if it's like a pasta dish. Because, pasta dishes, lasagna, pasta dishes, they always taste better the day after they're cooked, right? Christmas dinner, the next day, oh yeah. I'm all about that plate. I'm like, give me some mac and cheese. It's all carbs. It's like loaded with carbs. We're gonna have our potato salad or what's the other one called? Scalloped potatoes. We're gonna have a meat, so turkey or ham or both. Why not? Maybe a little bit of beef left over, and then you gotta have some mac and cheese and some rice and beans. And like the day after, when you put it all together, it's the best. It is literally the best. Oh, another must-have. Candy. No, not the candied yam. Oh God, we said that already. The cranberry. So I love cranberry. I can eat cranberry during the year. Like it doesn't matter. Because cranberry goes well with so many things. I love it it goes really well with turkey, chicken, pork, anything. But I don't like the berries. I like the smooth one where you just slice it off and it's nice and smooth. I don't like the consistency of the berries in my mouth. So it's probably the same reason why I don't That's 85 years, Shaka Zulu. Yeah. I think it's the same reason why I don't like raisins and like desserts and stuff, typically speaking. Miss Strong Wilt says she was a Cayman icon, most definitely. Thank you so much, Bonnie. Miss Bonnie joining us from East End. All right, so someone says Miss Carmen Connolly, hands down, or Enola Smith for the cassava cakes, or Jazzy Cakes. So do we have any contact details for Miss Carmen Connolly? Sounds like she's from East End, so I'd probably put my money on her. Enola Smith, I think that's Enola from Georgetown, right? And then Jazzy Cakes. Who's Jazzy Cakes? Oh, you know what else is a must for Christmas? Oh my God, I'm making myself hungry. Let me just drink some of my vinegar water because I'm thinking too much about food at the moment. My apologies. I know I'm making myself hungry, Lady D. You know what else is amazing? And I don't know who would have any this time of year, but tamarind juice. You know, when it comes to juices, you got to spice it up as well. Eggnog. I love eggnog. Total fan. Non-alcoholic version, of course. But then I'm also a real fan of tamarind juice. Nice tamarind juice this time of year. Are tamarinds in season? I don't even know. I think some people freeze them and then they can make it whenever. Lady D says you're making everybody hungry too early. Christmas lunch can't beat it. Oh Lord, somebody just mentioned someone. Is that for the tamarind juice or for the No, I can't eat from her. She might try and poison me. For the cassava cake? No. Certain people we can't be eating from. You know when you've had to report on someone and then somebody just mentioned their name? I'm like, speaking of that, I got a story to tell you guys. Someone says Jazzy Cakes doesn't boil her coconut milk and the cakes go bad quickly. Oh, well, I mean, most people are not going to be hanging on to cassava cake for long, but are you supposed to boil your coconut milk? You see, I've never made a cassava cake in my life. I don't even know what's involved. I'm going to be honest with you. Nope. Don't even recommend her, honey child. All right. So, let me do a shameless plug for a friend. Now, I don't know that Mr. Dean, I don't think he does cassava cakes, but if you're looking for Christmas pastries, let me recommend Mr. Dean Leon. He is a former pastry chef for Tortuga for many, many years. And now him and Miss Marguerite have their own little business. I'm going to put his number here because I just remembered that I need to order. Oh God, let me put in my order. Good morning. I need to order some, he makes these guava tarts. So I'll be bringing guava tarts for Christmas dinner. I got to make a list of stuff that I'm going to bring. So definitely the guava tarts. I'll get the rice and beans. My aunt can cook that for me. I'm bringing food to Christmas dinner. I'm just not going to invite people over to my house this year. But I need some of those guava tarts. They are to die for. Anybody need some chocolate chip cookies this morning? I mean, not for breakfast, but you can eat it later in the day. I got some Costco cookies that I picked up, so let me know. I'm going to bag some of those up for distribution later on. Strong Wilt says pot roast beef left over the next day. You can make a sandwich. All of this stuff is perfect for making a sandwich. Ham sandwiches the day after, ideal. Yeah. Turkey sandwiches, delicious. So yeah, you can make so much stuff afterwards. But gosh, I just be loving it just the way it is. All right. Miss Lucille says, I was calling her name last week, Sandy. She's 5 years younger than I am. Her soul rest in peace. Condolences to her children. So Miss Lucille, you're 90? I still can't believe it. You got lots of fire in your belly for a 90-year-old. Good morning, Mr. Irvin. How are you? All right, let's talk about a few other things that happened over the weekend that you may have missed. I know that you guys tune into the show not to hear me talk and obsess about food, but to hear what's happening in the community. So I got a video. Madonna says to contact Esther Anderson, #1 for cassava cakes. I think I know what I'm gonna have for lunch today. Oh, yes, autophagy. Yes, child, I've been reading up on it. Yep, I know how to break your fast. Yep. But I think what I'm gonna do today is I'm actually gonna go to Waffle Monkeys for lunch because they have that dish that is like turkey. They should make it with ham too. I'm gonna tell them to make a ham version. They have the turkey. They have the stuffing, like everything, the gravy, everything into one little thing. And it's oh my God, it's amazing. The waffle is made out of stuffing. Mr. Leon, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Sandy.
I was just telling everybody on air, you're on the radio, by the way. I was telling everyone about your pastries coming into the holiday season. And I reminded myself that I want to put in an order for some of the guava tarts for Christmas.
Okay. How much?
Yes, well, it's gonna be. I'm taking them to a dinner party, so I need to get some numbers. But I'm thinking I probably need at least a couple dozen. Well, so
Okay. Like about 4 dozen.
Yes.
4 dozen.
Let's do 4 dozen just to make sure everybody can get one that wants one.
Right. And
do you make any? Someone was asking about stuff like cassava cake. Do you do any traditional Caymanian dishes like cassava cake?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, tell us what else. Tell us what else you because you're a professional pastry chef. So what else do you make? Macaroons are good. He makes nice macaroons.
Macaroons. We have the guava tarts. We have cheesecakes. We have.
Oh yes, your rum cake. Your rum cake cheesecake is really good. It's like cheesecake on one level and then rum cake on the other. It's really delicious.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yes.
Maybe I should put in one of those orders as well. Put me down for one of those.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Okay. I will get that sorted out for you. And when exactly you want it for?
If I can get it the day before or the day of, and I know you guys have plans for Christmas Day, so maybe the day before, maybe next week Wednesday.
Next week Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. So give people your number and the name of your company so they can reach out for orders.
The number is 345-926-7375, and it is Magdal's Pastries.
All right, beautiful. All right, and you can send a little list of pastries as well that he makes. I just know that I got to get my guava tarts.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, my dear.
Right, so next Wednesday I'll have everything.
Beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay,
cool,
no problem.
Bye bye. Child, I'll be in the guava tarts next week Wednesday. I'm just saying. All right. I miss my parents, especially my papa. He would put a slab of pork on his bed and it's more tasty in his bed. I don't know what that means. He bakes plantain, coconut tarts. He loved his sweets, biscuit cake. Do you think I could get my aunt to make a biscuit cake? I'm going to visit people I'm having dinner with people who don't know anything about this biscuit. Oh my God. I'm going to call it Tonya. Let's see if I can convince my aunt to make biscuit cake for me. And then I need to find out where my cousins are at. Where are you eating Christmas lunch? Because I might do this twice. I might do lunch and dinner. That's the East End crew. So, you're going to have, what do we call it? Ethnic fatigue, the politically correct word. Someone's asking for Mr. Dean's. Hold on. Let me get a business card. So, I'll get a business card. All right. So yes, his guava tarts, and he can make different types, not just guava, but delicious. Alric's mommy makes a nice, I don't know what she made some kind of plantain thing one time too at one of his meetings that was really good. I don't even know what it's called, But if you love plantain, that was delicious. All right, so I'm gonna check my aunt and see if she is able to do rice and beans. You know, she at East End of Child, so we gotta get her to do the rice and beans for us. I need to put in my order from now. Let's see, rice and beans, and if she could do me a biscuit cake, I would be in heaven. I'm gonna call her. Let's see Fedonia. Oh, I know she's up because she gets up at the crack of dawn, honey child. She be out in that garden working and doing all kind of stuff. Gonna bag a little order. She might be busy. Miss Jean, he does all kind of desserts. So I'm gonna send you the list. And like I said, I love his tarts, and then also his cake. Yeah, she must be outside, Joe. His rum cake. It's a cheesecake and rum cake in one. Very, very delicious. Okay. All right, folks. So please note that there is a lot going on for the holidays. And one of the amazing things is Digicel has a number of specials that are on that you need to be aware of. December 20th, they are having a one-day sale in-store activation event. So make sure that you stop by. This is all day long from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. All of the Digicel stores. They've got 3 stores for your convenience: Camana Bay, Waterfront location, and Countryside Shopping Center right here in Savannah. They're going to have one-day deals on phones, prepaid and postpaid, mobile plans, Digicel internet, and more. Opportunity to win some fun prizes and giveaways at unbeatable prices. So they're not going to tell us what the deals are quite yet because it's just like a one-day flash sale. So you got to pay attention to that. But in addition to that, you can get postpaid customers can get a new handset with no down payment down and up to 50% off of selected handsets when they sign up for a new postpaid or prepaid plan. And that offer is good for existing postpaid customers. You can also get free Disney Plus for 1 month and enjoy all of their Premier League action when you sign up for their new postpaid Digicel Plus. That's their, well, it says any postpaid plan, actually. Digicel Plus is their internet. Prepaid customers, you're going to get double data when activating a new prepaid plan. And you're also going to get double credit on top-ups as well. Santa is here, honey child. Your D Plus customers, that's the internet, free TV, sign up for a home fiber plan, and you can get TV free for 1 month. Terms and conditions do apply, and this is as long as supplies last. So get out there and win big with Digicel. These specials are available now through December the 31st. And also they're having a Christmas raffle where whenever you take advantage of any of these deals, whether you're a new customer, current customer for both prepaid and postpaid, you will get entered to win, a chance to win one of 30 amazing prizes for their Christmas raffle. Everything from free phone to free service plans. All right, we're going to tell you a little bit more about that in a bit. In the meanwhile, yes, he can do plantain tarts for you as well, Strong Wilt. Oh, I figured she was outside in the yard, honey child. Yeah, so I'm going to get in some orders for Christmas. Mail me one of those rum cheesecakes now, please. I know what you mean. All right, so listen, over the weekend, oh Lord, there's an unfortunate situation we got to talk about. There's a video that was circulating of Quincy Brown. Lord, my heart is heavy when I have to report on certain things, and this is a perfect case of, kids, listen to me carefully. Don't start with drugs. If you don't start, you're not gonna have to stop. Okay? Listen to me carefully. Come a little bit closer, kids. Drugs will ruin your life. No two ways about it. He was walking around the streets of Cayman Brac, naked as the day is long. Butt naked, nothing. Not even a handbag this time, because we know he's done this before. But the last time he did it, when he's in Georgetown, at least he had a handbag in his hand. This time there was not even a handbag, because, the handbag you can use to cover your parts. There was no handbag, nothing. So I got the video. Yes, I did. And I made an executive decision to not share it. I got more than one video, in fact. It's not every day that you see someone walking around naked in the streets. So I'm sure people were taken aback by this. What can I say except I hope that the police were able to assist him in some way and get him the help that he needs. The last time I was in Cayman Brac, which was in May, and I couldn't believe it. It's been so long I hadn't been to Cayman Brac. I actually saw him walking. He seems to do a lot of walking. So I did see him walking, and I must tell you that he did not look good at all. He didn't look good. So Quincy, you've been in and out of rehab over the years. Government has paid for you to go overseas. And, you got kicked out of the program in Jamaica because they caught you smoking a crack pipe. I mean, I don't know what it takes. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what it takes when it comes to addiction. I think part of the issue is you've got to address the underlying problem. The addiction might be how it's manifesting itself, but there's a lot more to unpack there. And unless people get like therapy for a lot of that other stuff to cope in life, they're always going to turn to drugs. So I feel like you got to work on the underlying problems first. Yeah, strong-willed. It's very, very sad. I don't have to be friends with someone to still be saddened by their plight in life. And I remember the last time Quincy called the show, I encouraged him not to call in. Sometimes you don't do yourself any justice by calling on this program. And I said to him, this is not the question that you need to be asking me, and you don't need to call into the program because, of course, I'm going to be honest with you. If you ask me a question, you might not be prepared for the answer. And so that's a problem if you're not prepared for the answer, because you're going to get the answer when you ask the question. So sometimes it's best to simply not ask the question. Quincy, I can only hope that you'll get the help that you need, because this doesn't end well if you don't. These drugs are taking people's lives every single day. And I don't even know what to say. So many people are hoping that he recovers. They have a lot of faith in his recovery and they want him to recover. And, I remember a couple years ago when he was featured in The Compass. And I said to myself, I remember when they did the story, I said, there's a couple things going on here. Number one, you have people who are, like I said, they might be a drug addict, but then they have other issues as well. And one of the symptoms I've noticed, or one of the cycles, I should say, that I've noticed with Quincy is he really craves attention and praise. And I don't know where that comes from. I think it's very deep seated and stuff from his childhood. No doubt, probably childhood trauma. And so even when he called into the program, he was telling me that I needed to acknowledge and praise him. And I was just like, take a couple steps back here. You really need to take a couple steps back. And I don't know why he needs validation from me. Nobody needs validation from me. You know, that's something you got to get from within yourself. And if you're not happy within yourself and you need validation from other people, that's a problem. So I don't know. I mean, I am very, it doesn't mean that I wish him any ill. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not a fan for a lot of different reasons. And if you watch the last show, you'll know specifically when it comes to the protection of children, why I feel the way I do now about him. And so that's not going to change, but I still hope that he's able to get help, because I know he himself would have probably gone through some serious trauma for him to get where he is. And there's a lot of people that are pulling for him. But the worst thing you can do is, you know, he comes clean for a month or two, and then all of a sudden it's like featuring him in the newspaper, having him on your talk show. Unfortunately, through my amateur observations, I've realized that that is more detrimental to him than anything else. But he craves it, right? Because he wants that attention. He wants that acknowledgement. So, you know, people give it to him. I guess he went to the Compass, and the Compass like, oh yeah, let's do a whole front page thing about, you know, Quincy's recovery. And I'm like, he's not been in recovery long enough for you to be celebrating yet. Trust me. The cycle has been too up and down. And so of course they put him out there, and it didn't last very long. One of the last times I saw him in court, his attorney, Katina Anglin, was saying how to the judge, oh, you know, he's taking courses at the college, and he wants to help with their broadcasting station at UCCI and this and that. And I mean, he says a lot of things, but follow through is a whole different thing. So I just hope that he gets help. I hope that, you know, there's, as far as I know, there are no recovery programs in Cayman Brac, and there are some people who are really suffering from drug addiction on that island. In fact, I've heard traditionally it's so easy to get drugs in Cayman Brac that's where even expats now are starting to go. If they need a little cocaine or crack rock or whatever, they go to Cayman Brac. It's easier to get. And there's less policing around it, you know, although the police commissioner has said that's going to change. Historically, that has been what it is. And they, you know, walk around begging money. They have deals with the drug dealers there where, you know, they'll steal to get the money. They give it to them on credit. Who knew that you could get drugs on credit? Like, what? Are you serious? Oh, yes. Apparently these drug dealers are sophisticated. I'm surprised they're not having card machines and tap and go, you know, but yeah, they'll give you your drugs on credit. And then you can pay up later after you've begged enough people for a donation and that sort of thing. But I hope that he gets the help that he needs long term, because, you know, the up and down and the cycling in and out of the heavy drug use is not good. But so many people are cheering for him to get through this, and, you know, it's just very, very sad. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my gosh, Strong Wilt, not good. Asking how is Noel? It's not a good situation. I am in contact with the family, and by next week, tomorrow is actually his birthday, but by next week we will be in a position to speak to the family directly, and they will give you all an update. It's not my place at this stage to provide you with any updates, and they want to be able to do it themselves. So if you just bear with me, Strong Wilt, what I will say is that by next week, you should have an update. Okay. Mayona, good morning to you. How are you? Duke Merrick says Caymanians need to stop eating U.S. over processed diets. Your body needs real food, not chemicals to perform efficient. Well, Duke, to be very, very clear, Caymanians have their own dietary problems that's linked to the Cayman diet. It has nothing to do with U.S. foods whatsoever. So remove fast foods from the equation. And what I can tell you is that our food, our traditional Caribbean food, is not healthy at all. Right? We're heavy on the meats and starches and not so much on the vegetables. I'm guilty of it, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. Anthony says, I saw Quincy during the weekend Pirates Week celebration, and he was skin and bones, only a silhouette of a human. Really? I don't know, Anthony. What's up, meat, Anthony? Because I'm going to show you this video. I mean, he doesn't look like skin and bones to me when he's naked. I mean, I see lots of fat there. I'm not quite seeing skin and bones, so I'm not sure what you saw, but the bare naked truth. Marshall says, how things have changed. Crack and credit. I know, right? What a hot mess. Crack and credit. Pretty wild. All right, beautiful people. So have you tried the Cayman sweet potato cake? I haven't heard of anyone making a Cayman breadfruit salad in a while. Yeah, the breadfruit salad is a lot of work, child, to get breadfruit. I love changing it up. Christmas can be so depressing when we don't have loving people around. So, I'll make my dessert, my custard top dessert. Oh Lord. The more I think about it, the more cooking is being added to my list, which is not kind of what I wanted to do, but just not Christmas without some of these dishes. I'll definitely make my banana bread as well. I need to get some hard dough bread from now and let it sit a couple days for it to be really good. So yes, I saw Quincy during Pirates Week as well. Everything, skin dark. I didn't even recognize him. But was he skin and bones? I don't think he was skin and bones. Good morning, Sandy. If I remember Juliana at Julie, that's Juliana O'Connor Conley, saying last week that it was so bad in Cayman Brac with the drugs that they're using card machines too. She cannot be serious. Well, the banks, I'm sure, I find the banks are pretty rigorous. So maybe she's joking about that like I just did. The banks are pretty rigorous. So you can't be using a card machine for just any and everything. But the drugs in the BRAC have been an issue for a while. So she's now finally speaking out on it. Yay, 30 years too late, but it's about time. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I've got some breaking news for you guys. Of course, you know I want to share it with you first, as I always do. Come to the front of the class again. So yesterday we ended the show with me telling you that something was coming down the pipeline, but I was kind of waiting until I got some documentation. I still don't have the documentation, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The DPP's office, in conjunction with the RCIPS, will be charging me again. Again. I already have one case now that isn't completed, isn't done, but here we go again. They're charging me, I understand it, 3 counts for harassment. Let me give you guys the background. You're hearing it first. Listen, I'm always the one to tell you the first time I get arrested. They're issuing a summons, so they'll just tell me when to come to court. Of course, I'm going to fight this like I do all of them because it's utterly ridiculous. But here we go again. Remember during the election? When was the election, by the way? May? Right? So this is May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 7 months later, they have decided to charge me with harassment again. I just won a Court of Appeal case in May for the only case that they were able to get a conviction for harassment of Matthew Leslie. I won that case and it was thrown out. Here we are again. This time, it's in relation to Makiva Bush. Listen carefully. Makiva Bush isn't the complainant, but no doubt he has set up his personal assistant, as she was at the time, to do so. So remember during the election, I was telling you guys about this woman who worked for Makiva, but actually is working for the Cayman Islands government because we're paying her salary. So this is Juliana O'Connor Conley in that last government, right? They gave Makiva Bush, when the other 4 resigned, so it was like the last 6 months or 7 months, whatever, that they were in office, They brought McKeever Bush back into the fold and gave him a PS position so he can make additional money. Gave him a government car to drive, although he's always driving drunk and he's always drunk as a skunk. And gave him a personal assistant that we were paying for to the tune of like $4,000 or $4,500 a month. Her name is Milady. And so because we discussed her and no doubt the nature of their relationship, how this Cuban Milady woman even got a government job is beyond me, right? She runs to the police, and you know them. Anybody mentions my name, it's a capital murder investigation. And so now the DPP has come back and said, yes, charge her with 3 counts for harassing Milady. Bring it on. It did look at not 9:30 yet. All I can tell you is bring it on. You guys have wasted so much of my life collectively and my time and resources that this time, this is it now. So I have decided, you guys are going to be the first to hear it here. So come close to the classroom. Come close to the front. I have decided that I am no longer going to play around with, I keep winning my cases, getting it thrown out. Apparently that is not enough. So it is now time for me to sue the government. And I'm doing it this time. I'm actively seeking legal counsel. I would probably have to get a KC from overseas to be able to handle this case. No connection to the government or any entities here. It is high time now that I sue the Cayman Islands government. This is the last straw. I was already thinking about it with the John Felder case, but now with this is it. It's got to be at least 10 cases since 2009. And so let me tell y'all something, right? There's only 2 possibilities here. The first possibility is I am Cayman's most prolific and most successful, I guess, criminal. That's one possibility. Okay? It means that I'm stealing dogs, I'm falsifying documents, I'm harassing people. Like, I'm running the gamut. Like, I have a whole criminal enterprise. And apparently they cannot get a conviction. Probably 90 to 95% of those cases have been thrown out at the earliest possible stage. Never even make it to trial. The judge is like, no defense required. Throw this ish out. And they keep coming. And I am now sick and tired of it. There comes a point in time, folks, in life when you say to yourself, enough is enough. And that's where I am now. I'm not going to take this anymore. I'm not going to be satisfied with just fighting you people and winning in a criminal court. It is now time for me to sue the Cayman Islands government and collect my millions for them consistently harassing me. This is systemic. This is systematic. It is ridiculous. Since 2009, like I said, the most ridiculous, like you hear the judges themselves, like with the dog theft case, acting magistrate said this was the biggest waste of government money he's ever seen. Case after case after case. And so now the DPP, it's your time. Like I said, you're lucky it's only 8:56 in the morning. Because Simon, whatever your name is, I got a few choice words for you. You people keep coming because you're not competent to win a case because these charges are jack-like they're ridiculous. You know what the chances are? Think about this. The chances of me being arrested and charged with 10, I've lost count, but I'm getting a list because we're going to go through this full list of cases. It's probably about 10 different cases now, at least. And I win every single one, or they get thrown out at no case submission stage. The chances of that happening would be the equivalent of you winning the Powerball twice in your lifetime. It's like near impossible. So something is wrong here. I'm either Cayman's most prolific criminal that has the best luck in the world, because nobody gets away all these times, or something else is going on here with me in the DPP's office. I'm going to put my money, and I'm not a betting person, like I tell you guys, but I would put my money if I were on the latter being the problem. These people have an axe to grind with me that is not normal. It ain't natural. You know, I've seen a couple cases where, like, okay, a person, you know, say for example, they're into drugs. They might get away like once or twice. By the third time, they're going to catch them because you keep doing the same thing. Eventually, you're going to get caught. I have never heard of anybody, and I stand to be corrected, but you show me anyone in the Cayman Islands who's been charged this many times with an array of offenses all over the gamut. So I'm not even a criminal that is staying in my lane. You know what I'm saying? I'm all over the place. I'm going to steal your dog. I'm going to falsify documents. I'm going to harass. It's like all kind of foolishness. And they can't get a conviction? It doesn't even make any sense. It's illogical. And folks, when I tell you, when they called my lawyer last week and said this, and she called me, I was like, you've got to be friggin' kidding me. I'm like, are you serious? This woman who is being paid on government, our money. Let me break this down for you. Our government is paying her. Yeah. And she thinks she's connected to McKeeva Bush in more ways than one. And she thinks that we don't have the right to talk about her. I saw you at the grocery store with this man helping him load groceries in the car. Right? What makes you so special, milady? You see, they can't come after me for defamation because they know I'm speaking the truth. But they run to the police and the DPP's office to do their dirty work for them. Why don't you sue me for defamation? Because you know I can prove, or it's fair comment, what has been said about you and McKeeva Bush. Why after I made my first comment, why was McKeeva running back to the neighbors telling them that they must stop looking at him when he's coming to visit you at your house? You know the irony of this? The last case, which was thrown out with Matthew Leslie, was a good, strong case for a number of different reasons. This one is even stronger in my favor because, like I said, I was talking about McKeeva Bush and by extension, her, because of the fact that she's working for him and her connection to him. And he was a sitting MP at the time. These people are abusing the system. And unfortunately, the crackhead DPP's office is too happy to make this foolishness happen. Let me tell you something about the DPP's office. You guys know how many times we have rightfully so criticized them. Do you know how many people they have lost at the DPP's office? When I went to court yesterday, I don't even recognize these new people that they have there. There's like nobody left that was there. You know why? Because this new DPP is no better than the last one that they had there. And in fact, he is probably far worse. Because you know the last one, what the hell was his name again? They snuck him off and have him hidden and working in government now. Somebody help remind me of his name. It'll soon come to me. Right? He's up in court cursing and carrying on at people. And yeah, we see you. We see your bad behavior. And of course we reported on it. I bet you they're not charging him with nothing. Let me try and get his name. I'm trying to remember. Oh, Lord. What the hell his name was again? I'm a little short guy. Got short man syndrome. You know, them types. Okay, so this is back in 2021. Patrick Moran. There you go. Thank you so much. Yes, him. Him, same one, honey child. They snuck him off after allegations of racism and nepotism in his office. Still got him working for the Cayman Islands government. Then they turn around and hire this next one, Simon, no better. And he has hemorrhaged so many people, since he's been there, they've left, especially the Caribbean people. Let me tell y'all something. I didn't realize this till the other day. I was looking at the Wendy Legend. I did a show on legal aid, right? And so they have the legal aid attorneys list available for Cayman. And I saw a name on there that I was like, wait a minute. Doesn't she work for the DPP's office? Lord Jesus. Her name is, hold on, let me get the name. Hold on one second. Her name is Candia James Malcolm. She used to be, hear this joke. She used to be acting, I think she was actually assistant DPP. She was acting director back in 2021. She has since left after Simon Davis has come in, just more recently. She has left and now she's working for defense. So you can hire, there's a whole slew of them. There's her, there is, oh gosh, what's his name? Greg Walcom. All these people used to actually work for the DPP's office. Kelly Garcia, he left and went to government. It is absolutely insane. The number of people, and mostly Caribbean people, that have left the DPP's office. I'm telling you guys, that office needs a proper clean out. One of the only ones that's left, let me get her name. She's like the Django of the, y'all know when I say Django, what I mean, right? She's the Django of the organization. Oh, what is her name again? So she's still there. What the heck is her name? I'll get her name. So she's one of the few ones that is still there working in that office. It is shocking. We're not going to stop calling them out. We're not going to stop looking at their disgusting behavior that makes staff leave. Yes, the governor's in charge of that office. I hate to tell you, but she has no clue what is going on in the DPP's office. We need to get rid of this current head of the DPP. We keep missing the mark. Why we cannot find a Caymanian to fill that position, only God knows. Seriously. It's absolutely, I'll get the full name of all of the people who are still there, because I guess they're not even putting that up online anymore because God knows it changes by the minute. It's ridiculous. And then they have some 70-something-year-old friend of his from the UK working in a job that it's like, why is this person here? That don't make no sense. Anyway, sad to say that they have decided to come after me again. But this time I'm done. I'm not playing games with you people. I want you to understand that you have now, no, Suzanne Bothwell retired from government. Actually, she's retired. You have now crossed the line. You crossed the line from 2009 when you accused me of stealing somebody's dog. But I have now had enough of you. Simon Davies, your name will be on the lawsuit when I file it. Okay? You specifically. And by extension, I have to sue the police. Don't take it personal. And I have to also name the governor of the Cayman Islands in the lawsuit as well. Y'all better start counting my millions. That's all I can tell you. Start putting it together. Because this is impossible. It is impossible to have someone over the years go to court 10 times at least by now, and you can't get nothing to stick. Most of the times the judge is like, throw this out, throw this out. Okay. Y'all want to dance? We can tango. Anthony says, Sandy, let's be real. It's bigger money in private sector. No one really stays at the DPP's office any length of time. That's not what this is about. This isn't about the money because, you know, they make a decent salary. This is about the fact that they can't stand to work with people like Simon Davies because he creates an environment that is uncomfortable for Caribbean people. You know why? Because he brings in his little lackey friends from the UK, promotes them and put them senior over other people who were there for years and have proven that they can win cases, et cetera, et cetera. So this ain't got nothing to do with the money. We're not, these people are not running into corporate Cayman. That's where the money is. That corporate lawyers make a lot more money than defense lawyers, a lot more money. No, now they're out there hustling, right? To get clients in order to make a paycheck when they were with government, probably making a good solid paycheck. I know exactly what's going on here. And it ain't got nothing to do with the money. These people are not leaving because of the money. They're leaving because of how they are being treated. That's right, Robert. FAFO time. Shaka Zulu says, folks, pay attention. This is how you speak truth to power. Stand up, K-Man, stand up. Yeah, I've had enough. This is it now. I'm not messing around with these people. Miss Marjorie says, amen. Go for it, child. Marshall says, I'm here for the 9:30 show. Nathina says, remember me when you win. Girl, the stress these people be putting me under, not easy. Cassava Cake, Richard, Rewind. We gave a couple names earlier of some people that you can check that will make cassava cakes for you. Miss Lucy says, don't worry, Sandy. I'm going to report you the next time you steal my cat princess. Well, apparently, you know, all someone has to do is mention my name and all of a sudden it's, like I said, a capital murder case. It's just ridiculous. And it's ridiculous because I literally just won a court of appeal case in May about harassment. But what they're doing now, they think they're so smart, which they really are not. And see, that's part of the reason why they got a bone to pick with me, because I'll say stuff like, you people are stupid. You're not very intelligent at all. You're not doing your job. Okay? You don't know how to run an office. How can you be head of the DPP and you can't even go to court and ever handle any cases yourself? You should have been fired from the time you started doing that foolishness. So let me be very, very clear. Before they were using the ICT legislation, now they're going to go under the penal code, but the same harassment. There's a slight difference between the two. Because they've known for years that every time they come with the ICT legislation, that's not what the legislation was intended to do or intended for. But they're trying to curtail freedom of speech in this country by attempting to prosecute me for it. And it's not going to work. Okay? People have rights to say what they want to say within reason about people. Yeah? And I know my rights. Right? Freedom of speech. I have a job here to do. If I can't hold the likes of Makiva Bush and anybody that works for him on a government payroll, especially accountable, then who the hell are we going to be holding accountable? That's what I want to know. And I know Makiva put her up to it because he not got no case himself, you see. He wouldn't dare do it because he's a coward, as cowardly as they come. So he's going to set up this little Cuban girl to do it. Bring it on. Because the DPP should have better sense in this. So the buck stops with them and the RCIPS and with the government of the Cayman Islands. So yeah, it's time. Good morning, Miss Brenda. Says it's not that they can't find a Caymanian, they don't want a Caymanian. This has been the trend for far too long. Well, we know that already. That's part of the problem. Heaven bless says, I'll be your bodyguard. Just buy a small road and build your house there because government and everybody else will be coming for you. Lord have mercy. It's pretty sad. But, you know, as Caymanians, we can't allow people, regardless of what positions they're in, to be trying to railroad us. It's just not going to happen. I'm tired of them. How long have we been reporting on them? See, Patrick Moran, I'm looking on the website, July of December, actually, of 2021, 4 years ago. Right? Prosecution loses corruption case as rumors abound about Moran finding new government job. He's still working for the Cayman Islands government. There's something wrong with the fact that we are allowing certain people to come in here. When was that position advertised? How did he get that position? It wasn't, because it went through the governor's office, and that should have never happened. We allow some of these individuals, particularly some of the ones from the UK, to come into the government and just take over and bring all their friends and family and colleagues and this one and that one. And you know, they want to treat people. Remember Darlene Oku and her racist self? You know, I laughed when a police officer had the audacity, again, on the instruction of the DPP's office. You see, all of this stuff now is going to be part of my case, you know, because it's been a historical thing with them, where he sat in front of me and my lawyer, Amelia, at the time, and said to me, if you remove an article that was critical of employees of the DPP's office, and you take down a podcast where you talked about them, we will not prosecute you. I'm like, gosh, that sounds like you're trying to control the media. That sounds like bribery. That is the very definition of bribery. And yet they have the audacity to tell me that when I was trying to settle a civil case on the instruction of the judge, that I have somehow bribed someone. You know, something wrong with the system, you know, something wrong with these people. But they are too used. You see what Keith Myers did the other day? He sued him and got his $90,000 paycheck. You know, it's the only people that are ever suing and getting paid are English people. Not for nothing, Judge Henderson. When has a Caymanian sued for malicious prosecution or any of these other things and actually got a paycheck? Oh, I've sued and won. They threw out the search. They had, remember my judicial review case? I won it. And not a single dime. And that was a verbatim case to what Judge Henderson got $3 million for. But as Caymanians, we are not expected to get a paycheck. Well, I'm done with them. I am going to get my expletive paycheck because I'm sick and tired of UDPP office. Enough is enough. Shaka says, you go, Auntie Sandy, set the example for generations to follow. Caymanians need to see what speaking truth to power really looks like in their own soil. Carrie says, as per my immigration FOI, corporate lawyers make $300,000 annually. That's a base salary. And I can tell you the people at the DPP not making nowhere near that. Gabby says, and when Caymanians talk about expats running them out of the workplace, people make it seem like they're just making excuses to not want to work. Anthony says $8,500 a month is nothing to making $10,000 a case. But Anthony, I'm telling you, that's not what they're making, because a lot of these guys are legal aided lawyers. And so there is a cap for legal aid and what it is that they are making. So they're not making that. And a case can run you months and months and months. So if you take 10,000 divided by 5 months or 4 months, the average time for a case to come to fruition, work that out monthly. That's not, you know, I'm not saying that they're impoverished. But I'm telling you that that's not why they're leaving. Trust me, I know. I talk to these people. I know what I'm talking about. This isn't me thinking off the top of my head. Some of them could not get out there quick enough. Strong Will says, can you adopt me from now? Sandy, we just have to know you and you get the blame for something. I get it all the time. It's just stupid. Like it is now so obvious, right? Because there's no other, like I said, there's only two possible explanations. One, I'm this criminal mastermind, apparently. And I'm not that smart, and I'm not a criminal. So I can't, that can't be it. And the second option is, what's going on here? Yeah. So let me get you the name, Patique or something. That's her name. She's probably one of the few that's left over from the last administration in the DPP's office. And you know why? Because she's Jingo. Yeah, she's the house nigga. For those of you who I need to really break it down for. Sorry, but not sorry. She'll probably come and complain to police about that too. Sandy called me a house nigger. She's harassing me. If the cap fit, wear it proudly. Seriously. I'm just saying. Because you know how much behind you've had to kiss English behind to get where you are and to try and keep that little job. Her name is Nicole Petite or something. Petite K-Man, yeah. She the only one left. Because, some of y'all will do anything to get in a position. She's senior crown counsel. Poor thing. Everybody else is left because they just can't take it anymore. When I saw Greg left, I was like, oh my God. Really? Damn. And Nicole, they're not going to give you no top job? Your day coming too. You sit there. Poor you. What a hot mess. Ugh. Let me see here. Did what I'm Googling her. What she say? Colleen Cummings, poor thing, is the inaugural participant in this scheme, which is the first of its type in Cayman. Under the mentorship of Senior Crown Counsel Nicole Petite, Ms. Cummings has exemplified the scheme's potential. Oh, please. They're so full of hogwash. Heaven bless, says Cuban Pum Pum Sweet, I heard, laughing out loud. Keeping Bush young, please. His pee should fall off. Sandy, you've offended them and hurt their little feelings. Oh my God. Juanita, buenos dias, says joining from Georgia. It's 30 degrees today. Oh, brr, cold. Darlene wasn't British. No, she's Canadian. Oh, Henderson was Canadian too? I don't know why I was thinking he was British. Anyway, all I'm gonna say is when you're white, you're right. Okay, whether you're Canadian or British hardly matters with certain departments. They heavily lean in one particular way, and I'm not trying to insult people. We can speak the truth on these things without you getting in your feelings because you know that it's the truth. Darlene, oh cool. I hope she's gone back to Saskatchewan. That's where she's from. Ugh. Athena says, remember your black child, plus Caymanian for toppings. We ain't gonna win. Yes, we are. Time to make it happen. Delcy looking for cassava cake in Florida. You should have told me last week. I could have had some there for you. Can we sue pension and insurance too? Because they're the biggest scammers. Pension should be waiting 65 years, especially for expats going on rollover. Unfortunately, that's the law. Heaven bless, so you can't sue them for what they're allowed to do by law. Can you try and do some beatbox for your fans? What's beatbox? I don't even know what that is. What is that? What am I missing? Good morning, caller. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Hello? Oh, no. I think I might have. Oh, there it is. It just tripped in. Okay, good morning. I can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
The first question. Do you have a toll-free number?
Yes, this number is toll-free if you're calling from Flow. So all Flow customers.
Okay. No, but is it slightly different than?
Nope. No, it's the same number.
All right. Well, I made a boo-boo because I thought that I saw you advertising a toll-free number. that
Oh.
ended in 8255.
Oh,
It seemed to-
no.
Yeah, anyway, I guess I got to delete that number. Anyway,
Uh-huh.
so good. And again, good morning.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I see you were off gallivanting to Tampa. And yes, and creating backup in Miami. Oh, my. You can't have that. But anyway, I think you had a good time.
Yes.
And, yeah, so I decided I was going to give you a call now because I said, you know what? Let me not be the person that she takes her wrath out on this morning before 9:30. So I said, what if I call now and I get a little bit safe, right? Okay. Listen, Sandra, this has nothing to do with what you're presently talking about,
Mhm.
but I just thought that I would say this. It's not an ask. It's not a criticism or anything. I'm just saying this based on a lot of comments that I have gotten. It was that clip that you put up with Minister Miles and MP Bryan, you know, where it was just a snippet, or should I say snag, from one question posed by MP Bryan and a response from Minister Miles. And I mean, I watched the proceedings, so I know what was said, how long it went on, and so on. And personally, it didn't bother me because I had seen the whole thing. But for those who did not and only saw that, they felt like it wasn't justice done to Minister Miles. In other words, a little bit more could have been covered prior to, you know, where all of that started, and I guess a little bit afterwards. But that's just me saying this to you. And I know that you have the capabilities and the talent that, you know, you can make it longer if you want, or, you know, whatever. And I'm sure that you see or you saw that it got a lot of reactions, mixed reactions.
Yeah. And to be clear,
not
it was a clip that was sent to me. So I
Okay,
wasn't sitting there clipping this myself. It was something that someone sent to me. And then they asked the question, which we just posted on their behalf.
Okay. Well, let me just say, I did watch, you know, the proceedings in the House, which I encourage everyone to do. Even if they can't watch it live, go back and watch it. That's the only way we know what is happening. We know who said what. We know who's supporting what and who did not. And that's important to remember come elections year. That's something I always say. And I must say that the clip, I personally, I felt that it was not, it wasn't fair, you know, although the negativity was far outweighed by the positivity. And perhaps there were people too who had listened to it and understood what was being said and what was meant and so on by what was said. And what I can say is, and I'm just being very fair here, Minister Miles tabled a bill. He's not a lawyer, and to suggest that he should have gotten up as a lawyer or a professor of law, break down the laws, was not a fair question to him. As he correctly answered, yes, he understood the bill that he tabled, but for him, a non-lawyer, to get up and break it down, no, he wouldn't do that. That's where he had his legal technocrat. So to me, if you wanted it broken down from legal form to layman's terms, or even in legal form, then ask the legal technocrat. So, of course, you know how another narrative gets spun on things, and it was then said, oh, he didn't understand what he tabled. And I think that was very unfair. That's just my take on it. Because, like I said, I listened to him, and, you know, he actually explained what he was tabling. And I think what a lot of people do not know, do not realize, is that 95% of the laws were already there. They didn't have to change them. They were always there. They were just not being enforced the fact that we're being completely ignored. So there were only a small amount of things that had to be changed or tweaked there. So if, in other words, the criticism is not fair to the present government for what was done. And I feel, as a Caymanian, that somebody had to do it. I'm glad that it was brought sooner rather than later. And to those Caymanians who feel that it might be unfair to other people for whatever reasons that they feel that way, then I think they will say thank you, maybe quietly, perhaps, at some stage when they see things starting to improve in their lives. I think that this is not going to be a quick fix, but long term, it will benefit Cayman Islands and the Caymanians. I might not be around to see it, but I pray that it does happen. Maybe you'll be here, Sandra. I'm going to pray that you're still around so you can remind the people that I say it so. In fact, maybe do a clip that when I'm gone, you can play that one for me too. Anyway,
thank you, my dear. I appreciate it.
So tell us all about your trip to Tampa. I don't think you did. Yes, you think you're going to
yes. I was actually working. I was working, doing my job with Cayman Airways, celebrating 40 years of that Tampa route. Yes, I was there for work. But thank you so much, my dear.
Well, I guess that makes you special that you were invited, to celebrate 40 years of Cayman Airways.
I'm invited to work. But listen, we got some other callers calling in, so
That's all right.
Let's give them a chance.
I will listen as long as I can.
Okay, thank you, my dear. I appreciate it.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Oh, turn the background.
Good morning.
Hi, honey child. Turn the background radio off for me. Or is it you?
It's the car.
It's you and your speakerphone in that car again?
It's the car. I'm driving. I can't get arrested.
Oh.
I just wanted to say that I echo what the last caller said about everyone watching the whatever you call them.
The parliamentary proceedings, yes.
Yeah. Yes, because we can't expect to wait until election season and then decide to get involved. Like, you need to know what these people have been doing for the entire 4 years.
Yes.
And in case you have the recency effect, you should take note. Like, I'm not even joking. We can't let the same thing happen every 4 years where they pave a few roads right before election and we're like, great.
But she's actually talking about something. Informed. Yeah, but she's actually talking about something very, very specific. Did you read the clip that she's referring to?
Yes.
Or watch the clip,
but
sorry.
But I'm just echoing the part where she said that she encourages everyone to go back and watch, even if you can't watch it live. Because, and I guess my reasons for encouraging people to do that may be different from hers, but I'm not just talking about just this one. I'm talking about every time they meet, you should go back and listen. Like, even if you can't watch it, put in your headphones and listen, because that's the only how we'll stay informed and be able to make an informed decision on election day. You can't just, yes, it's great for us to, listen to CMR and whatever, but we also have to be involved. And that is one of the ways, by watching or listening to the proceedings.
Okay.
It's very annoying when you have people that have no idea what went on for the last 4 years, and just because someone did something right before election, they're voting for that person. I think that's ridiculous.
Yep. Okay, I agree. I certainly agree with that part of it for sure. All right, thank you so much. I'm trying to find the video clip, and I'm going to play it for the benefit of our listeners, so that you guys can listen to it yourselves and make a determination yourselves. So someone else said, to be clear, this is something that was circulating on WhatsApp and social media. So yes, I had to clarify that, because it's not something that I personally clipped myself, and I was actually not listening to the proceedings either. So I do want to be very, very clear with that. So I don't know what preceded it and what followed it. Okay. However, having said that, I think that there is something to be said for the way in which the minister responded. And so this is where, you know, we have to be fair, whether we like people or not. Oh, someone says, tell that Cuban to bring it on. We're ready for them. We need to get some of them off this island too. When you finish with her, we wish she stayed under Castro instead of McKeever. They're going to be adding some charges, child. But you weren't the only one who shared it. You weren't the one who shared it initially, says this person. I saw it on Sherry Ann's chat first. Yeah, it was going around, I think, by the time I got it. Obviously, I think because we have such a wider reach of individuals, people will, you know, have likely seen it on our platform, and, you know, maybe they don't know anything about Sherry Ann's chat or whatever. So here's the video. I'm going to play you guys the video clip, and then, you know, but listen, even when people say, you know, something was taken out of context, in my opinion, things can only be taken out of context so much. If you didn't say something, sometimes there's really nothing for them to take out of context, but have a listen.
Can the minister explain in common terms what just happened? What did he just say as to the amendment? Somebody that don't know anything about law, what did that mean?
Mr. Chairman, the member is right. I do understand it. Can I coach a person through it? No, that's why I have these folks back here. The law, at the end of the day, is written to ensure that the folks behind here can do their jobs. My job is to create legislation and help them do their jobs to the best of my ability.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say thank you to the Honourable Minister for his honesty. But it's not only for the technocrats to understand. We're here legislators on behalf of the people. So if he can admit that he don't understand what he just said, how do you expect the public to understand it? And this is what we talked about, not having the opportunity to discuss this in 28 days before, 26 hours before the debate. This is a substantial amendment to the amendment of the bill. That is the I don't know what else to say, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so having only seen this clip, let's break it down, right? And I'm seeing your comments coming in. Okay, let's give everybody the benefit of the doubt that they had been there for an extensive amount of time. I think really and truly, you know, they have these marathon segments. So sometimes they're there all 8, 9, 10 hours and into the wee hours of the morning because they don't have as many sessions. So when they do have a session, they cram everything into one session, right? So fair enough. I don't know what preceded this. I don't know how many hours the minister, Michael Miles, was there for. Maybe he was getting fatigued. Maybe he was, you know, he just like had enough. I know Kenneth can be a little bit of an asshole at times with the questions and how he answers them and gets on people's nerves. But having said that, when you're in that seat, and Kenneth has been there, and he's been put under pressure, and there are times I'm sure he's screwed up and he said the wrong thing and came off wrong as well. When you are there and you're asked a question, it is your responsibility to be able to answer that question. Now, what I took from this, and I'm actually going to go as far as actually getting the transcript, because, you know, we hear something, we have to pay it like 50 times to actually hear it. So let me just grab the transcript quickly so that there's no debate about exactly what was said. Because what I understood him to say was that he understood it, but he couldn't explain it. Now, the problem I have with that is if you understand something, you should be able to explain something. You know what I'm saying? That's the very basis on which all of us, when we're in school, That's the whole point of your teacher saying, okay, you understand multiplication, you need to demonstrate it and you need to explain it to me. And when you truly understand something, you're able to do that. You don't say, yeah, I understand it, but I can't explain it to anybody. But as long as the law is written so that the people behind me, the technocrats, that's the civil servants who are going to be responsible for actually, ensuring that the law is followed and complied with, as long as they understand it, that's all that matters. What if, what if one of your constituents walks up to you and said, but Mr. Miles, I don't understand this section. Is that the same answer that you're going to give them? I'm not so sure that I understand that response. Okay? It's 1 minute and 26 seconds. Here's the actual transcripts. Hold on. I've just pulled the transcripts to review exactly what he said, because what he said and your interpretation of it are perhaps two different things. So let's ensure that we're understanding what the minister actually said. All right. So no better way than to actually get the transcript. So here's what he said. The first speaker, being Kenneth Bryan, says, here's a question. Can the minister explain in common terms what just happened? And of course, we would have to then go back to that segment to see what it was that he was referring to. I understand that Kenneth is actually on Radio Cayman this morning, so I can't even ask him, but let me just see if I can. Maybe he can type it out. I don't know. Let me see what part of the legislation that he was actually referring to. If anyone can, tell us, we will certainly be able to know. But anyway, he says, can the minister explain in common terms what just happened? What did he just say as to the amendment? Somebody that doesn't know anything about law, what did that mean? Mr. Chairman, the member is right. I do understand it. So this is now him responding. Can I coach a person through it? No. So it is this bit here that I find confusing, because this isn't about coaching someone through it. It's simply about, if you understand it, then you have to be able to explain it. If you truly understand something, you should be able to explain it. And if you cannot explain it, that means that you yourself don't truly understand it. So then that begs the question. And I think this is why people were like, huh? What did he just say? That begs the question, if you don't understand something, legislation that you have actually been in charge of, bringing to the parliament, if you don't understand something, if you don't understand a section, how on earth did you even bring it to parliament? How can you be advocating for it if it is something that you do not understand? I believe that is where the criticism lies. And he admits that he is not in a position to explain it. So my question is, why are you not in a position to explain it? The whole reason why you have the lawyers, the legal drafters, the technocrats, right, is that when you come to the House, they're supposed to have prepared you, and by extension, you should have prepared yourself to be able to understand whatever elements of the bill that you are bringing to the table. And yes, you need to know the details. You can't just have a general sense of what it's about. So he goes on to say, can I coach a person through it? No. That's why I have these folks back here. The law at the end of the day is written to ensure that the folks behind here can do their jobs. My job is to create legislation and help them do their jobs to the best of my ability. But your job is also to understand the legislation, right? So there are times when we have had these expectations of other legislators. And sorry, Miss Brenda, I don't agree with you. This isn't about him being a lawyer. They have the lawyers to do the lawyerly part of this, to do the legal drafting. But if he doesn't understand this for himself, then I think we got a problem. How is it that he can't understand legislation that him and his government has brought to the table? I'm a little bit confused. Yeah? I I mean, they've had months with their proposals. So yes, the technocrats will be the civil servants. They themselves have to understand it. The civil servants aren't lawyers either. You think someone who, even the head of the WRC, he's not a lawyer. The people who have to be checking applications and making sure that they're compliant with the law, they're not lawyers either. But imagine if you're saying that it's okay that they don't understand what's required of them. Y'all gonna see some lawsuits flying really, really quickly. Right? So I think even in this limited sense, I do agree with Kenneth, where he then goes on to say, I'd like to say thank you, the Honorable Minister, for his honesty, but it's not only for the technocrats to understand, we're legislators on behalf of the people. So if he can admit that he doesn't understand what he just said, how do you expect the public to understand it? And this is why we talked about not having the opportunity to discuss this 28 days before. Now, I don't necessarily agree that, you need 5-6 months to be discussing legislation, right? So I don't know that then extends to there wasn't enough time. He says, 26 hours before the debate. I don't think that 26 hours is probably good either. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you talking. Who are you talking to?
You hear me? I told him to Thelma.
Lord
Morning.
have mercy. Hi, Karen.
Thelma said that I turned off the volume on the TV and she's upset. Anyway.
Because she won't hear it too, so she can understand.
Yeah. Yeah, she listen to your voice and watch you up on the TV. Anyways, good morning.
Hello, honey child.
Good morning. Honey child, listen, I'm going to be devil's advocate because I really love Michael Miles.
Yes.
And of
course, this doesn't have anything to do with that, if you understand me clearly.
I understand. And I watched that and I looked at that and I'm like, okay, how many times did all of you bring the previous governments bring stuff to the House and they didn't even know a thing about it? If you talk to people that work in the Parliament administratively, they will tell you months go by before this was in the past. I'm not talking about the NCFC. I have absolutely nothing against them. And until they break the camel straw across the back of the camel with me, then I don't got no problem with them. As far as I'm concerned, they're doing a fantastic job. It just treats me like shit, but it's okay. I don't hold it against them. Anyhow, my point about this, yes, I watched it and I say, Kenneth, yeah, you had valid questions to ask, but how long has that? This is his first term in our parliament. He's just gotten there. He's still trying to get a grip of all the ropes, everything that's going on. I understand your position too. He should know these things because it's under his ministry and it's in his remit. And I agree with that.
But before you go to parliament, Carrie, you have to ask. If there was something that was going to
may I interject here? Have you been watching Sabrina in the evening?
I don't really, to be honest, because normally I'm doing school pickup and I'm busy.
You need to watch her in the evenings. You need to take the time to listen to her. Last week and the week before, when Mr. Samamba came on and explained how things are done in the legal draftsman's office and stuff like that, you should listen to that. God knows.
But this is part of it, Carrie, right? MPs have to be able to communicate and explain things to the people, especially when it comes to legislation. That is part of their job. I'm not asking them to be a lawyer, although
I know.
Stick a pin now, Carrie. This is why when I say to people, right, you need to know who you are electing and the qualifications that they bring to the job. I don't hire someone in the real world and expect them to then learn all the intricacies of what they need to do. But we do that with MPs all the time because you just said it. Oh, he's not a lawyer. He doesn't know this is first term. Give him 4 years. He'll learn it. Only in the world of being an elected official do we do that bullshit. In the real world, you don't get hired and not understand some of the fundamental elements of your job. Am I correct?
Yeah, but I agree with that. But that is a business out there operating. Yes, this is the country.
And we're trying to run the country more like a business. That's how we become more efficient. Are we not always saying it needs to be more business-like?
How about I ask this question, and it was pertaining to your butt over there, Kiki, because we all don't like him anymore. And I don't. When he did the mass status grants, was anybody given any prelude or were able to question him about the amendments to that law?
We also challenged him legally. But this is the problem. Let me tell you something now, Carrie, right? This is part of the problem, okay? We can't continue to do what we did in the past and say that that's acceptable. So we've gotten it wrong in the past. We had 40 years of McKeever Bush, which was a big mistake. But we can't continue to use that as an excuse to say, well, let's give somebody else 40 years, although they're going to fuck up and screw it up, and it's fine.
No, we
got to raise the bar. We have to say,
I agree.
We've made mistakes in the past. That's why we need to start electing people who are actually qualified to office, who have experience in certain areas, and more importantly, I think Marshall makes a very good point here, because there's always a learning curve to being an MP. This is why I always say a first-time MP should never be a minister. That is my personal opinion.
I agree with.
The vast majority of them do not have what it takes. But once again, because we like people, right? Oh, they got the popular vote. Go ahead and throw them into ministerial position. Do you know what it takes to be a minister? To have all of these departments and SAGCs and all this stuff underneath you? To be able to juggle not just Parliament and the bills and the legislative change that you're trying to bring, but all this other management stuff as well? It's not easy.
I know that. I never said being an MP was easy, but I also agree with you and Marshall that first-time politicians should not hold the post of a minister. They should be just an MP, watch the flow of the business at a house, see how things operate, get familiarized with a lot of things in their first 4 years. Yes, if they've done well and brought motions to the house that their constituencies are still pleased with them for, at the end of that 4 years, their constituencies will return them. Putting an MP first time in a position as a minister is not very, I shouldn't say it's not safe.
Smart. It's not smart.
I wouldn't say not safe. It's not very smart. I agree. But some of them are very smart, like Nicholas. Nicholas is a very smart man as well. So, I'm just saying that it has its toss-ups and it's good and it's bad. But I personally feel that first-time elected politicians should not be ever put in the post of a minister, because that is a lot of weight that they need to have more training in, more understanding of the system, get more in depth of what it is that they're overseeing in their ministries. I mean, look at J.E. Banks. That man is doing an awesome job in his ministry. Look at him. Yes, when he first got elected, he didn't get ministerial role. No, he didn't. But he worked into it, and his people kept re-electing him because he's done an amazing job.
No. Let's back it up. This is his second term in office. Last time he was a minister.
He was? Yes. No, he wasn't in the very beginning.
Yes, he was.
I think he got appointed into it after they did the shuffling up.
No. He got a ministerial position from the word jump.
Really? From the horse trading? I don't remember that. But anyway, maybe my memory is fading. But anyway, he's doing a great job. And you do have those that do a fantastic job. And I'm not saying that Michael is doing bad. No, he's not. I just think that
nobody's saying that here at all.
More in depth into the law.
You know why people really enjoy Ralston when he comes onto this program? Because Ralston has a knack for actually explaining stuff. He could be a teacher, You ever listen to Ralston answer a question, explain something?
We share DNA. What do you think? Go ahead.
Yeah, when you listen to Ralston explain something, it's like, wow, okay, I get it. I understand. That's because he actually understands what it is that he's talking about. So,
and he's been in there for years. Multiple years.
I think it's a skill. I don't think, I think it's actually a skill. So I see Ms. Brenda says, he didn't say he didn't understand what was tabled. Play that part again. That's why I have the quotes here. He didn't say he didn't understand. He said he understood it, but he's not able to explain it. To me, that doesn't make any sense. Now, here's what somebody else is.
Maybe his ministry needs to give him more clarity on it, or the law commission needs to give him more clarity on it, so he understands.
He was the minister advocating for the changes. So how can he now say he doesn't understand, or he's not able to explain the changes to other people?
Well, what was the change again that they were contemplating?
Because I don't have, like I said, this was a clip that was in circulation, so I don't have what it was before then. This is why I wanted to ask someone who was probably listening exactly, what it is. So, okay, thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it.
You need to address. Let me say one more thing before I go. Let me say what you need to address. The mere fact that the law has now given contract expatriates working in the Cayman Islands government, and there's not them that got status or anything like that. These are contract workers, the opportunity to work for the government and take another job in the private sector. And there's still no clarity to that section of the law. What you should do is ask Deputy Governor why he allowed that to go in, because it came out of his office. And you all have a great day. And Telma says hi and bye.
Thank you, my dear. Let me just see here. Yeah, because if I can get what was said before that. So does anyone have what day that was? And I'm happy, as Ms. Brenda suggested, because I think that's a fair point, to go back and actually listen to what was said before. So this person says, he owns Inspired Training, which means that he'd be expected to be experienced in training and the ability to explain and teach, which is indeed a talent on its own. This is why there are good teachers and bad teachers. And this is my point. Not everybody necessarily has that skill set, right? But as a legislator, when you are advocating for certain legislations for very specific things, the legislators, they kind of can make it complex at times. There's something to be said for simplicity in law, right? But I'm not saying he has to know and understand everything. Nobody does. But before you go to Parliament with a bill, with all of these changes, one thing that I would have done, even if I got to sit down and ask AI to help me, I would have ensured that every segment that is being amended, I understand the reason for the amendment, what it is intended to do, and how it will actually operate in the real world. And I should understand it at a level whereby I should be able to explain it to other people as well. That's an elected official. People are going to walk up to you on the street and say, Minister, I hear this about this and this, and I don't understand it. Let me give you an example. This is a private conversation, but I'm going to share a nugget with you guys. A couple days ago, I was speaking to a lawyer about the increases in fees. And she said something to me, and I said, you know what? Let me call the Minister of Finance, Rolson Anglin, on the phone, because this is something he should hear from someone in the industry. And I called him and I said to him, this lawyer's on the line. She's saying this, this, and this. And he said, okay. He listened to her for a minute. And he says, but that's not actually what the legislation is saying. I don't know where you got that from and why you think it's going to work that way in relation to fees and how long the lawyers had been here and whatever. He said, but that's not actually correct. He said, if I had it in front of me, I'd be able to talk to you about the increases in fees. For small law firms, they're simply not going to be impacted. But here's the difference. If he was not able in that moment to explain to her, and then she backed up and said, oh, okay, somebody else was telling me about it, because a lot of these people are not going to the primary source and reading the amendments or the proposals for themselves. They were discussing it in a group, and maybe those people got the wrong interpretation. So these things will happen in the course of you being a representative of the people, and you have got to be able to understand it and explain it. So this commenter says if he doesn't understand it, then he should stop acting like he does with his bigoted self. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Sandra.
First of all, let me thank Carrie for giving me a little bit of a plug on what we discussed on Sabrina's show. We actually watched that little clip of Michael and Kenneth on that. I actually watched it live, but Sabrina played it again, and we sort of like went into the detail about that.
Did you recall what preceded it? Do you remember what it was that he was asking for clarification on?
I think it was something relating to, now, but don't quote me on this. I think it was relating to the transitional provisions, like how will it affect those people who are already in Cayman, something like that. That's what I seem to recall. It might be have been different, but you know the way it is. Sometimes you are watching something, and really the one that registered with you registers with you is the actual exchange about, can the minister say in plain English what this is. But anyway. Let us accept that in any job that you do, sometimes the learning curve can be very steep. I kind of agree with you when you say, when you go in your first term, it's a little tough for you to also be a minister. In other words, you are learning how to be an MP. Which itself is a certain area, and then you have to learn as well to be minister. It can be a lot of work. Okay. Now I know that sometimes you have to do that because the popular vote or the politics of it. Some people won't join the government unless they are giving a ministerial position, and I'm sure you and I accept that. But really, in terms of the ideal, I really do agree that it can be very difficult for you just to join and then become a minister. But that said, Sandra, when you become a minister, there are certain basics that are expected of you. What are you as a minister? As a minister, you are the one who tells the drafters to write you tell them the policy, and then they put it in writing. Okay, so you understand the policy. Now when you go to the drafters sometimes will say, okay, minister, this is very broad, but let's see if we can refine it. And then they have the back and forth. The minister looks at the supplementary point and says, okay, I agree with this one, I agree with that one. Okay, you go ahead and do it now as agreed. That is very basic. You have to be able to do that, because why are you going to the Legislative Assembly to go and introduce a bill? You read a second reading speech to persuade the other side, and when the other side asks question, you are supposed to continue with that persuasive role to persuade them. How do you say when you are asked, can you give it to me in plain English? In other words, what are you trying to do? Then you say, well, I don't know, because I rely on the people behind. No. The people behind, you write down what you tell them. So at least, because when you are asked in plain English, then you are supposed to say, well, this is what is supposed to be. You see, this is part of the problem in Parliament. Like that provision section, the one which talks about transitional provisions, how does that affect people who are in Cayman and all that? They didn't explain too much in that, because when you go to the explanatory memorandum doesn't tell you what the section is saying. It just says, well, the transitional provisions are in section 35. That is not the way it's supposed to be. But that said as well, just to take the discussion further afield, there is a need for better training of MPs. Okay, about the process and what is expected of them. There is also a need for that explanatory memorandum to be more informative, because if, say, Michael did not quite fully understand how it was written, then before they came to Parliament, they should have really elaborated it in greater detail in the explanatory memorandum. Then he could have gone to the explanatory memorandum, read it, understood it, and be able to go out there now and discuss it. To me, I think it's a shame. It is a shame for a minister to sit there and say, I don't understand it. I rely on the people behind.
To be clear, let's be clear, because this is Ms. Brenda's sticking point. He didn't say he didn't understand it. He said he can't explain it. And in my humble opinion, if you can't explain something to someone, that means you don't understand it fully. That's just my opinion.
You don't understand it.
You don't understand it enough to explain it to anybody else. So I'm saying.
And your job in Parliament is to sell it. Okay.
Yes.
And how can you sell it if you don't understand it and you can't explain it? I mean, it just doesn't. To me, he should do better. I think that was an embarrassment that will follow him in his political career for a very, very long time. But what I should emphasize, Sandra, before I get off is there should be training for these people. I offered them training a long time.
But they've done some training, because I know and I've heard of them doing some training. But let me say this, right? As with any job, there has to be a self-training element and an initiation of it as well. There's no way that I would have gone in there with a bill as comprehensive of this, as many changes as this is coming, without a notebook full of notes so that I could properly understand all of the elements of it. Especially when I'm the pusher of the bill, when I've been doing the circuit all around saying, these are the changes that we want. These are the things that we have to put in place. There's been a lot of effort put into that. Right? Into going on talk shows and talking about the things that were coming. So in a way, theoretically, he was explaining the changes already. So what specific change now was he not understanding enough to explain? I'm confused.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about that, let me mention something. This is a bit of a shameless plug, because Mr. Arden McLean, he was called to speak to the new MPs to help them understand their job and so on. And he recommended three books to be read. And one of the ones he recommended was mine, which is Legislative Processes in the Commonwealth, and another one relating to legislative process specifically in Cayman. And he said, go and read Billy Simamba's book, and it will give you an idea of how the whole process is supposed to work. So maybe if Michael can get a copy of my book, it might help him a little bit. And I'm saying this in a good way, not in a bad way. Okay?
Yeah.
So
I mean, listen, there is a learning curve. And again, I reflect and I look at some of the candidates who were unsuccessful. And all I can say is thank God, because they can't even string an idea together. They don't even have any logic. These are things, again, I've got a good pastor listening to the show, and he's asking the question, Sandy, what's the vetting process for these politicians? And I'm like, vetting? There is no vetting. As long as you're popular enough, and I guess the people like you enough, you get elected. And that has to change. We have got to start putting people in office who are qualified at some level. Anybody can just jump up and run, right? People who've had failed businesses, people who are, dysfunctional, who don't understand anything, can get up and run and potentially get elected. And that is very, very dangerous.
Let me, just to agree with you there. So you remember in 2017, you might remember this, in Georgetown West, you had 4 candidates. David White, Danny Warren Jr., Jonathan Piercy, and Ilya Solomon, who won. In my view, it was the worst candidate who won. Okay, so the other 3 candidates, I think, were very, very good. And I think people just need to go out there and say, who can represent us? Not somebody maybe who has come to my barbecue and this and that and so on, but who is going to do something really for the country. But I hope that Michael will continue learning and be able to deliver, because at the end of the day, if he can deliver and understand his role better, it is better for his constituents. It's better also for the Cayman Islands. I just hope that he continues learning.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And, the thing here, folks, is you have got to be prepared to understand that there is indeed a learning curve on the job, and you've got to accept that, and you have to be willing to put in the work. And I know that it's a lot, and this is why, again, I stress being a minister in your first term is not something that is likely to help you. And that's why so many people get in there, they're ministers, and they don't get reelected, because it was too much. Something suffered. Either their ministry suffered, or if they hyper-focused on their ministries, their constituency suffered. And I can give you a perfect example of that. And that is what happened to the first time that he ran. What happened to Wayne Panson? And Wayne was experienced. This is a man who was a lawyer for over 20 years as a partner, who had, tons of experience in that area. And he was doing a lot in the government building. But guess what? His constituency did not feel as though he was present enough there for them. And that is where he fell down. So what I'm saying to you is, if something is going to suffer, maybe what you do instead is you sit back your first 4 years and you admit that, nope, I'm not ready for ministerial role. And you make somebody else take the lead. That's all I'm saying. Right? Now, when you don't, and then you get caught up in, not knowing how to respond to parliamentary questions. Somebody has a quote here from Albert Einstein saying, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. And I agree with Albert Einstein. I mean, he's one of the smartest people in the world. Who am I to disagree? But this is just common sense. You have to be able to explain something. And if you truly understand it, you can explain it. All right. Somebody asking if Mr. Balika has his book in audio version. Y'all don't even want to read anymore. What a world. All right. This person says it was a particular section of the bill that multiple amendments were being made, new sections inserted and commas, etc. So just reading it in legalese, but no context, no visuals, made it difficult to follow and comprehend. So he was saying for him to break it down in layman's terms, and well, he replied how he did. They're going to say if puppet was a person. So this has nothing to do, Ms. Brenda, I see your comments here. And I think this is where you guys have to be able to separate whether you like someone or not. This has nothing to do with whether you like MP Brian or you like MP Michael Miles. Really and truly. Because y'all know, MP Brian has been on this show on more than one occasion. I have called and put him to task. And even sometimes when MP Brian gets in his feelings, I say to him, MP Brian, don't take it personal. We're discussing the issues. So Ms. Brenda, don't take it personal. This has nothing to do with MP Brian, and this has nothing to do with Minister Miles and whether you voted for them or you support them during the election. Just looking at this and how the question was asked and his response, and I'm going to play it again. We got the transcripts. I think his response was problematic.
Can the minister explain in common terms what just happened? What did he just say as to the amendment? Somebody that don't know anything about law, what did that mean?
Mr. Chairman, the member is right. I do understand it. Can I coach a person through it? No, that's why I have these folks back here.
And that right there, folks, is the problem. Not coaching you through it. Just explain it to us. How can you understand it? Albert Einstein, how can you understand it if you cannot explain it? And then you say, oh, the civil servants are going to understand it. Really? What makes them more qualified to understand it than you when you're the one who's pushing and presenting this legislation on behalf of the government? So maybe he just misspoke. Maybe he answered it wrong. I don't know. But I'm telling you, that response was not a response that I can defend regardless of who said it. I don't care. I mean, I don't know which MPs I like. Y'all claim that I like Andre and I like Ralston. It doesn't matter to me. If Ralston had said that, we would have posted that same way and been like, WTF. And I would have said, Ralston, you hit your head? You can't explain something anymore? What happened to you? Nico says, but she's taking it personal. Don't take it personal. Someone said, tell Sabrina to run back next 4 years. Oh, no. Sabrina's going to be happy right on CMR TV trying to leave that woman alone. All right. We've got Minister. We have MP Kenneth Bryan, who is going to join us. And maybe we can get the backstory and what preceded it. Because as Ms. Brenda said, to be fair, we didn't hear what came before that. MP Bryan, good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well, Sandra. I'm well. Thank you so much for having me on, and good morning to your listeners on the show.
Thank you for being able to come on and clarify. I can put up my little Christmas decorations here. 'Tis the season. For explaining a little bit of what this is about, right? So I'm trying to understand. Tell us what section or what amendment this question that you then asked was in relation to? What were you asking him to explain?
The area was about the obligation for mandatory declarations, and I think it was that section and another section. It was clause 10, I do believe. I can't remember the exact clause, but I remember that it was being really, really long. And the substance of it all is that, as you know, drafting is not an easy thing to do. And it becomes even more complicated when you present an amendment to a bill without a track change or a red line document. And then the amendments that you have already published, you do another substantive set of amendments, which is also long. So it makes it rather difficult. So I was trying to piece together from the original bill to the amended bill to the amendments to try to get it all together. And the more I listen to it, I go, you know something? I don't think that he understands what was just said. Or I know that what I was hearing, there's no way in the world, even me as an MP who's been elected now 9 years, that it was difficult for me to get it. So I could only imagine what the public was going through. So I wanted to see, okay, let's say this again in a different way so the public can hear. And I honestly was expecting him to answer it. And this is not picking on him. To be honest with you, I think that it's the procedural problem that we don't deliver in layman's terms anymore. And other jurisdictions across the world are now changing their practice on how they do drafting, offering documents with explanatory notes that accompany the amendments to specify in layman's term what section says, so people can read along and understand. So I was expecting him to have had that by his team ready and available to say, this is just what this means in layman's terms. So I, as I said, I respected him for being honest about the difficulty that it is for people to explain the complexities of things. But that's our job. And if we are having a difficult time as legislators to do that, I can only imagine what the public is going through. So it wasn't really intended to try to catch him off guard or anything like that. Yeah. Trust me, that was not my intent.
And to be fair, I mean, even you yourself on occasions have gotten it wrong, because I remember there was a section of the, you remember this conversation, there was a section of the, it was about the environment. Remember when we were having that discussion about protections in the process? And you said something to me about, no, the buck stops with the head of the Department of Environment. I said, no, Kenneth, in the law, the buck actually stops with cabinet. So I was like, why are you guys trying to amend something if it already stops with, and you were like, really? You said, well, I'm going to have to go back and check it. So no one is asking for perfection here. Right?
Correct.
When you're coming to Parliament, right? As opposed to you and I were just having an off the cuff conversation about something. So you said, okay, I'll go back and check it. But when you're coming to Parliament and you are bringing a bill on behalf of your government, I honestly believe that you need to make sure you understand all of the proposed changes.
Yeah.
Line by line.
Well,
and if something doesn't read right, then you're going to go, well, this is awfully confusing. Maybe we need to amend this, because listen, legal drafters have been trained to do things in a particular way. And like you said, it's not really beneficial to the average person in terms of understanding. But yet the average person has to understand legislation because we're the ones who have to follow it and be compliant.
Correct.
So the legislators themselves don't understand it. And they're saying, oh, yeah, only the technocrats understand it. Which technocrat, when I need to file an application for something, which technocrat am I going to be able to reach on the damn phone? You can't reach them regular?
Well, the interesting, you're 100% correct, Sandra. And the part about, you gave the example of me interpreting the wrong way. And and you're 100% right, because legalese is based on interpretation. That's why you take it to the courts. Because it's not simple like math where you go 2 + 2 is 4. There's no other option to interpret that as. It's always going to be 4. So the English language is a very complicated thing. And then to put it in legalese terms, you need interpretation. So that's why even in that example you gave, you say, Kenneth, it actually stops at cabinet. And I go, no, well, what I have been advised, and actually the Attorney General advised me of where that was. So it's a matter of interpretation. And when sometimes these laws get so complicated where it's not clear that it's exactly this, that's why you need legislators to deliver in layman's terms. And again, I want to make sure this is clear. I'm not here to get Mr. Michael. I'm here to make sure that whatever law that we pass, everybody understands. That exchange is only an example of what the reality is that people are facing when they hear us debate in Parliament. And as a result of that, I'm filing another motion this morning. Actually, I stopped to talk to you first because I'm on my way to Parliament now to file another motion that I think will help solve this problem. I sent you a copy of it. I don't know if you have it, but it ultimately asking the government to create mandatory red line documents, basically track changes to anything that they are presenting to see what we're taking out, what we're adding, and what is actually in the overall bill. Because you may have seen within my debate, and I'll send you a clip on that, but the confusing part of the complexities of a bill that I think is about 70 pages long, if not more, of the original bill. And then you have the amendment bill, which had another, I think, 30 or 40 pages. And then you had another set of amendments that I think there were 17 amendments that were coming. I'm not sure how many pages that took up. But you need to cross-section all of those things in order to understand what is being said. And that gets complicated. And our job is to make sure that it's easy for the public to understand. And I think this motion that I'm about to submit to Parliament will help the public understand. And this is what they use in private sector, red line documents for contracts and so forth, so you can see what the changes are and what the intent was and so forth.
That's very common practice. All right, this person says it's in relation to the old policies standing with the new bill as it relates to RERCs. Remember RERCs, residency for spouses, right? Which you pretty much get almost automatically once you submit an application, but it relates to RERC for spouse of a Caymanian. Minister Miles was making a lot of references to the old policies and then what superseded the other, and it wasn't clear. And what is what? And what he was really saying, I too was lost, says this person. We've got a caller in the line, so let's go to the phone call. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
And good morning, MP Brian.
Morning.
Good morning, Miss Archer.
And happy holidays to you.
Yes, ma'am.
The reason I called is since you're on the line, I want to make it abundantly clear, and I'm sure that you will support me on this, because I don't want anyone walking away thinking, I don't like you. You and I have a special love affair, which I think you will support me on that. So if I criticize you, it's not because I like the other person better than you. I listen to the proceedings in the House. Yes, as you rightly said, you are in the opposition. So you prefaced it by saying you were going to support the bill. Now, in my humble opinion, if you are going to support it, there is no need to get up to criticize it or to criticize the bringer of the bill. That's my opinion. And the other part that I was saying to myself and discussed with others was, and again, this is my opinion and the opinion of others, when you got up and spoke, it sounded like you were only advocating for the expatriate, nothing in support of any Caymanian and any positive change for Cayman. I found that very troubling. Like you said, as the opposition, it was your job to do it. Now, I'm not sure that is the case. However, I'm not in Parliament, you are. So I said, because I listened to it, I understood the bill and the changes that the minister brought. I thought that in the first and the second reading, he did a good job in explaining what changes would be made, how this would benefit Cayman and Caymanians, and so on. Again, you, to my mind, and I'm very fair, and I felt that you only criticize and ask questions to the things that would not benefit the expatriate, which to me was very much against what you said you would support and what the minister was now bringing. Again, you know, there's nothing ill between you and I. You can tell the public that, please. I hope you would. I was only speaking as a person that follows the proceedings, as a person that cares about Cayman and what happens to Cayman. It is my home. I have no plans to go anywhere else. And I am happy that finally someone brought this bill. It was long overdue. And I do remember when you had a big billboard about immigration reform. Now, I'm not sure why it was taken down. I'm not sure why during your term as minister it was never bought. You can speak on that if you wish. You don't have to. But my main reason for calling is just to set the record straight that there is no problem between you and I. And like I said, I don't know whether you will support me on that. I'm speaking for me. You and I have always gotten on very well. You know how far back we go, and you know all the nitty-gritties and so on. So to those who think that I disagree with your question, please let them know. That was nothing, you know, no, not because of any dislike or animosity on my part. It didn't matter to me who asked the question. I would have said the same thing. I also mentioned about, you know, when you, with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Education, and you posed certain questions to him as well. Also, the Premier got up and he spoke, and then he said he had attended a function and he quoted all of the comments that were given to him at that particular function. We don't have to get into that. I'm only saying that to say I am not the only one that found your argument troubling, and it came across as if you were not supporting anything that would benefit Cayman and Caymanians. So I just wanted to make that
I'll let
clear.
him respond. Thank you so much, Ms. Brenda.
Thank you.
All right, let's take it one step at a time. So this specific thing that is part of today's discourse, someone, like I said, we're still trying to figure out exactly what preceded it, but someone said that it was about RERC for spouses of Caymanians, and they also were confused. So you were looking for clarity on that. To Ms. Brenda's point, were there other things that you said during the debate that made it seem as though you were supportive of expats versus Caymanians? Because an immigration bill is obviously about protecting Caymanian interests, right?
Thank you for the question, Sandra. First off, let me just say that I love Miss Brenda very, very much, and I respect her tremendously. And I also respect her right for her interpretation of what she perceived. I would only encourage her to go back and listen to the debate again. I'm not sure she heard my debate and what I specifically said. Matter of fact, I made a specific point because I know this type of criticism would have come. And I highlighted my criticisms were related to the labor component. And because I see immigration in two parts: the pathway to becoming Caymanian by way of RERC or status or granting of Cayman passport. That's one part of immigration. The other part is the labor part. And the labor part is the part I had issues with. And I even went as far as to say, if you want to put a moratorium on status grants, I would support it. I don't think she heard that part. But I don't know why she's come to that conclusion. I suspect that she would not judge me without listening to my whole contribution. Maybe she didn't, I don't know, but I would encourage her to go back. I fully supported all the parts that protected Caymanians, particularly with the pathway to becoming Caymanian. I supported the extension of the time period before you can get status. I supported the extension of the time period before you can get PR and be able to get your passport. I supported the part about giving the discretion to the director so you can fight the marriages of convenience, which should be termed sham marriages rather than marriages of convenience. I supported the departments sharing information with each other so we can be better at policing and administrating immigration processes. I supported the validation of the immigration law to make sure that all fees collected before is actually now legal because it wasn't validated before, and decisions that were made before. I listed out all the things that I supported. What I was critical of was one, the processing of things, the selling of this bill to be something that it's not. Because there's this element of these sets of amendments, and again, there may be more amendments to come, but they're selling these amendments as these were going to be the saviors, when truth, in fact, they did not deal with the labor component. And also, there is one part, and I'll put my hand up, and I know some people may not like this, but I did not agree with the fact of persons who are married to Caymanians now having to wait 15 years before they're married. And I gave the examples and the reasons why I did not support that. And I think 7 years was adequate enough. And I think if they wanted to have more control over it, they could have said, get the status at 7 years, but it's revocable up until year 15. And I would encourage persons to go back to understand.
Uh-oh, looks like you're dropping out a little bit there with the internet.
The family thing that is very...
Yeah. MP Brian, looks like you've dropped out a little bit there. Okay, he may need to refresh. Let's just take some comments until he's back. He's dropped out. RMR says Kenneth says people should go back and watch the session of the House. Kenneth didn't understand either, as he posed many questions that didn't make sense. Well, I mean, he said he didn't understand it. So, I mean, I don't think that part RMR is in doubt. Let's listen to what he said again. He actually said, I don't understand it. Explain it.
Can the minister explain in common terms what just happened? What did he just say as to the amendment? Somebody that don't know anything about law, what did that mean?
So, I mean, I don't think it's any secret. This isn't a pissing competition about who understood or didn't. Kenneth asked the question. So let's assume that you're asking a question because you don't understand it. And
well,
you should have got an answer, is my point.
Sandra, you just hit the nail on the head, because I think people are trying to turn it into exactly that, a pissing competition. This is not about Michael, and this is not about me. This is about the process and making sure everybody gets it. Because I'm first one to put my hand up to say, if you give us the set of amendments 26 hours before we actually do the debate, then obviously it's going to be difficult for us to go through those, get the legal interpretation of them, and fully understand it. Remember, bear in mind now, the minister and his team has had all the time in the world, has had the AG, the drafting team, everybody sit down with them and caucus and explain these points. The opposition wasn't given that privilege or that opportunity, but it's our job to scrutinize it in a way to say, make sure that it's the intent upon which the government is trying to deliver, to make sure there's no loopholes or tidy up things like, oh, you sure this is going to interpret this way? But I hate to say this, but sometimes I think it's intentionally done so we can't do our job correctly to catch the failings, because if we catch a failing, then it looks bad in the government. But you know who loses in that case? The people. Because, I mean, I want to support your amendments, but how am I going to support them if you don't give them to me? And after begging over and over again and getting...
Not only that, I mean, fair point that you should have it in sufficient time to be able to review it. But here's what somebody else says, which I think is a fair point. Kenneth challenged points throughout the debate. However, I felt that he did what the opposition is supposed to do, and he presented various real-world scenarios. So this concept that because you support the bill and amending the immigration bill and you've supported immigration amendments, that doesn't mean that every single element of the bill you're in support of or you think is actually being properly applied. You can support something conceptually, like, yes, we need immigration reform, but let's look at the details now of how it's being done. And MP Brian just gave one example there, Ms. Brenda, where he actually said this whole thing of having Caymanians, there's different ways that you can get to that goal, right? Of these marriages of convenience and trying to curtail them. Why have someone wait 15 years to be able to even get RERC or whatever the amendments say, versus allowing them to get it, but have it revocable up to the 15 years. You kind of can achieve the exact same thing in the end, where they're not going to be able to easily take advantage of people and it's still revocable. They can still lose it. But in one instance, you're actually delaying the non-Caymanian spouse from being able to get there that much quicker. And that has some real world implications. Think about when my husband and I went to get a mortgage. And if he is not a Caymanian and he can't be a Caymanian for 15 years, the bank looks at him differently in terms of his qualifications. And that ends up hurting the Caymanian spouse. That is but one example.
And Sandra, and if I can add to that, there's a cost component to that, because think about, and I use that example actually in my debate, whereby a Caymanian family, one non-Caymanian, one Caymanian, married together, can't become Caymanian due to this change. They go to the bank, get the approval, and then they go in for their first-time Cayman homeowner duty waiver. Mm-hmm. The Minister of Finance can only give you 3.75% discount because both your names are on the land title. So he won't be able to give you the full duty waiver of 7.5%. So it becomes a cost factor now for that couple, when ultimately what you're trying to accomplish is the marriages of convenience problem. You now have given the director discretion, rather, so the onus is now on the applicant to prove they're not in a marriage of convenience. So you have more controls from that perspective. So ultimately, all I'm saying is, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You can just extend the revocable period. You could even done it to 20 years to say, okay, I don't think something's right there. Boom, you're revoked. So you still have the power if that's what you're trying to solve. But now you've stopped the Cayman family, the genuine ones, from actually becoming a family. And I use the example of children, like, you know, I don't want to go through my whole debate on the show, but there's real life examples.
There has to be some balance here. This is where it does matter, you know, because again, as someone who is actually married to a foreigner, I can tell you that that relationship would be challenged because of the realities of the finances. You know, if he can't get a job because he doesn't have RERC and he's on a work permit, that means he's less likely to be taken advantage of by people. I mean, there's lots of things where, you know, you actually end up penalizing the people who are in good bona fide non-marriages of convenience. They end up suffering for the 20% that are out there, because I probably think maybe it's 20-30%, I don't know exactly, but you know, those individuals end up paying the price for, and you know the funny thing is, the ones who are in a marriage of convenience, they always seem to find a way. The scammers always seem to find a way, no matter how restrictive you make it. It's the legitimate people, unfortunately, that are going to suffer, which is really, really quite sad.
Yeah. So Sandra, unfortunately, I do need to get to Parliament to file this other motion, so I'm going to have to rush and leave you. I thank you for allowing me to come on to explain. And as for Miss Brenda, she knows I love her very, very much. So I don't take anything.
That not a point of this, right?
Yeah.
It's really about what exactly was said and what was meant by what was said. But we thank you so much, Kenneth. Have a Merry Christmas if we don't speak to you before next week, Thursday, which is Christmas Day, to you and your family.
Thank you so much. And I just want to send a special Merry Christmas to everybody out there, all your listeners on Cayman Mile Road, as well as to the greater diaspora across the world. Merry Christmas. May God bless you and your families. Please, I'm going to send you the actual motion. They filed one shortly, but I've already sent you the draft. If you want to speak to that, I think that will help this whole discussion that we had today. That if that is approved, that may help everything. God bless you. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. All right, folks, it is 10:30, 1 hour over already. We're going to start to wrap things up a little bit here. Sandy, great show. Thanks for having Mr. Brian. Thank you so much, Strong Will. Now, I'm asking all of you, we still have over 350 people on the live stream, and we prepared a really nice review. Like I told you guys, I was working this weekend. You know, sometimes my job does take me elsewhere, and I was very, very happy to be able to go to Tampa over the weekend and to support Cayman Airways, especially as I was a Caymanian living in Tampa when that route started. I was only 12 years old at the time. And so I remember it very, very well. And it really opened up a whole slew of opportunities to the Caymanians to go to Tampa and, educational opportunities and so on. So it's a very, very important route for Cayman Airways. It just celebrated their 40th year. And so I'm going to play that video. I encourage you guys to stay tuned for that. And I just want to remind you about all of the amazing deals that Digicel has on for the Christmas holiday season. So lots of things on offer. Please check them out. I mean, these are some good deals if you're in the market for both a phone and other things, such as top-ups and so on.
Christmas, the season of love, laughter, and just a little bit of chaos. Sometimes the ham has other plans, and sometimes the road to Christmas cheer feels longer than the 12 days themselves. Was it 3 eggs or 4? Better call Granny, she always knows. But in the rush and the mix-ups, it's easy to forget what matters most. Christmas isn't about perfection, it's about real connection. This Christmas runs on Real Connection, only with Digicel.
All right, folks, so don't forget with Digicel, you can get, if you top up $20 or more, you get a chance to win a Samsung A36. If you activate a 7-day plan or higher, you get a chance to win a brand new Samsung A36 as well. That's for prepaid customers. Postpaid customers, you can upgrade your postpaid plan for a chance to win a new iPhone. If you upgrade your phone, you're also in the runnings to win a new iPhone as well. And if you pay your bill on time and in full, you have a chance to win a new iPhone. Of course, don't forget their D+, which is their home internet packages. You can upgrade your home internet for a chance to win. They're doing giveaways throughout the entire month, 30 days from December 1st through the 30th. So you still got, over 2 weeks left. And, 2 weeks. Today's the 17th. Right up until December 31st. And yes, if you pay your bill on time and in full, you get entered to win a new iPhone as well. So 10 winners per week until December the 31st. They're going to select the prizes based on the offer that the customer took advantage of or the transaction that they actually conducted. And a representative from Digicel will contact all the winners to let you know what prize you have actually won. So yes, you can check out their Christmas page on their website for more information and all the terms and conditions. And do not forget, this Saturday, more to come, December the 20th, they're going to have a 1-day sale from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. at all Digicel locations. That is Camana Bay, Waterfront, and Countryside Shopping Center. Lots of fun prizes and giveaways and unbeatable deals there as well. And you can get for postpaid customers, no down payment and up to 50% off on new handsets. For new postpaid or prepaid customers, they've got lots of deals for you there as well. You can get free Disney Plus for 1 month. And that's when you sign up. And you also get Premier League action with a new postpaid plan. Double data for prepaid customers who are activating a new prepaid plan, and double credit on top-ups as well. And if you're interested in the D+, you get free TV. You sign up for home fiber plan, and you're going to get TV free for a month. Terms and conditions apply. Please reach out to your local Digicel store for more details. All right, honey child. Thank you guys so much. Waking up the Cayman Islands says this should be like trying to please everybody and all crumbling down. We can't fulfill every scenario and please everyone. Well, without a doubt, there is a balance to be struck, and you've got to find that balance. But there's also something called unintended consequences, where I often talk about this. The last thing that you want is to impact Caymanians even worse than they are currently being impacted. I'm just saying. So there is that. Richard messaged me about the cassava cake. I don't have any because I'm not a fan, but I can link you up with people who will make you some or where you can go get some. Marshall says, I'm still waiting for the 9:30 show. I wanted to hear you cuss out the DPP's office. Listen, Marshall, I'm going to do better than just cussing them out. I'm going to sue their backsides. You know how you really make people feel it? You hit them where it hurts in their pocketbook. Time for somebody to pay up, honey child. That'll be worth more than any cussing out any day of the week. Stay tuned for it. Nicholas says, thank God somebody known long me tell few born Caymanian ladies say some of them law getting affect them. At least Miss Sandra, Mr. Brian see it. CJ Cooper says at 9:30 FAFO. Yeah, I mean, listen, there are unintended consequences. You know what you need to start doing with the people who are in marriages of convenience? Prosecute them and put their behinds in jail. You put the first one in jail, I bet you they can stop it. How about that? But, you know, typical of people, the bad apples impact the whole bunch and everybody's going to suffer for the bad apples. And so there's a possibility that that is going to happen. It's really, really sad because we got to look at, and the thing is, some people don't have the foresight or they don't see it until 10 years later. Then it's like, oops, well, gee, we didn't mean to put Caymanians in a worse financial situation. Let's be very, very clear here. Let's be very, very clear. When you get married, yes, you're marrying for love, compatibility, companionship. People have those in different orders. What's a priority? But you're not getting married to make your life harder, financially or otherwise. You only a fool would be inclined to do that. So that might not be the only reason you're getting married, but there are certain benefits to actually being able to put your collective, resources in one basket, right? So I'll be honest with you. Okay, why did I get married? Yes, Marlon is wonderful. Yes, I love him. Okay, you get your little sex taken care of, whatever. But I'll tell you what, I can get a lot of those things without getting married. If I didn't want to have a child, I probably wouldn't have gotten married again because I already been there, done that. You understand what I'm saying? So I was in a different place in my life too. But yes, I wanted to have a child. So I want to have a family. And to me, being married is an important part of all of that. I need to get a house. I need to get a mortgage. Trying to get financing just on my own when I got a spouse sitting there. What a pint. What is the pint of that? There's no pint. I always tell my single friends, they're like, oh man, Sandy, things tough out here. I'm like, they're tough for everybody. Trust me. But when it comes to like financing, paying the bills, okay, I can cover the mortgage. He can pay CUC. I can do this. It's not all on me. That's the teamwork that is part of a marriage. So I need him to be able to qualify for financing, honey child. I need to get that stamp duty. I need that qualification. And I need the bank to be able to look at him and say, okay, you're a Caymanian. Or at least you have RERC something. These are the practical things in life that matter. Okay? Love can't pay no bills. I can't take love to the bank. CUC does not accept love as a mode of currency. CNB, love can't pay no mortgage. Doesn't get you qualified. That's all I'm saying. Who is this talking about? I'm banned and I'm sending a complaint about every stream, including yours. Banned by who? Because if you were banned anywhere, you wouldn't be able to comment. So I don't know how you're talking about your ban, because if you were truly banned, you wouldn't be here at all commenting. What is wrong with y'all? Some of y'all are really stupid. Seriously, if you're banned, you cannot be on a stream talking to people. Anthony says the only good thing in marriage is that you have two salaries. These people know it's too fake. Well, like I said, there's different elements to these types of relationships. Obviously, you don't get married just because you need two salaries. Some of y'all, I guess, be doing that. I don't know. But I'm just saying, those are some of the benefits of being married. However, there's always a give and take. So yes, you're pulling your resources together, but if your husband or spouse is out there being irresponsible, running up bills, whatever, you're responsible for that too. So you're responsible for their bad debt. Where's Davian Wright and his wife? You see, because that's a marriage of convenience. And, you know, they don't understand that. They don't get it. But you're equally responsible for the debts of your spouse. So make sure you get that memo too. And having a horrible spouse, there's nothing worse than that because they can impact your reputation and your standing in so many different ways. Miss Carey claims that batteries are better than any man with their BS, trauma, and drama. Well, you know, that's what happens when you're selecting people with trauma and drama. You know, all I'm saying is you got to find someone that isn't bringing trauma and drama to your life. So that's on you, Carrie. I don't know which relationship you're referring to or what you're talking about, but ultimately you get to decide who you want to be in a relationship with and who you wish to marry or not. Okay? Don't marry anybody. I'll tell you, don't marry anybody and don't be in a relationship with anyone who's going to bring trauma and drama to your life. That'll make no sense. Be logical even in matters of the heart. Add an element of logic to it. All right. Kyle, cousin, are you coming to the family reunion? I think that's on the other side of the family. The McFields are having a reunion, but he says, Sandra, late comment, but positive show today. Carrie says, plenty HMP female officers did marriages of convenience from the 90s. Listen, even the concept of a marriage of convenience has always existed from day one. So, you know, let's be very, very clear. Back in the day, the only reason you got married was to increase women got married to have protection and to be able to bear children and have a family. The men, you know, preferred younger women who could have children and continue their names. And there was a trade-off for that. They offered them some security. But you know who normally pays the dowry in marriages of convenience, arranged marriages? It's normally the woman's family to take her off her hands. Like, oh my God, we don't want another mouth to feed. Take her away, but we'll pay for you to do that. And so there are, you know, lots of elements of that from day one. A marriage was a contract. It was never about love. It was never about relationships and whatever, right? That is a relatively new concept. Romeo and Juliet. Yeah. They didn't get married for those types of reasons back then. They got married because of very practical reasons. And some men married women because, you know, they could give them a title. The men were looking for the title, right? They were looking for the bag of money, the bag of coins. And some of them ran through their money. And women in those days were seen as property. They had no rights. They couldn't divorce. They couldn't request, well, he just used up all my money, I want to get rid of him. They couldn't do any of that. So let's be clear. Marriage is a convenience. That's how it all started. That's the reason why people got married to begin with. Now, in the context of what is going on here in the Cayman Islands, right? We talk about a marriage of convenience specifically as it relates to our immigration laws, that you cannot marry for the sole or primary purpose of just gaining a benefit from an immigration perspective when you're not in a bona fide relationship. You'll gain a benefit when you're in a bona fide relationship. But when you're not in a bona fide relationship, you shouldn't be able to gain those benefits. I understand quite clearly exactly what the issues are. How we fix it is what is debatable. Because a lot of times you're trying to fix something and in fact, you make it worse. The fix doesn't fix it at all. I don't mind people asking questions. So again, you know, I've not done a really deep dive into the immigration bill, and I think maybe it's time that we did some of that. But here on this program, I understand Sabrina has been doing a great job over on her program, but we can start doing some of that too. But I want to be very, very clear. In general, I am pro Caymanians 100%. That does not mean that every single proposal that has been proposed is going to fix our problems in the real world, or, quite frankly, that what has been proposed is the best way to go about it and the best way to do it. We needed to do something. So from that perspective, we're moving the needle. That's required, yes. But you have to analyze section by section. You can't just say, oh, well, yes, we all love this government. We think they're doing a fantastic job. So whatever they pass, we're going to be all on board 1000%. Ask questions, because it might have been things in certain sections, situations that they didn't think about. They didn't think about the unintended consequence, and they're not going to know that unless you debate it properly and you ask the question. So someone said that is what the role of the opposition is supposed to be. The role of the opposition is not to rubber stamp anything. Ask questions to make sure you understand what the proposed changes are. And if you say, wow, this is going to have this unintended consequence, how many times have we had legislation that they had to go back and change and amend because, oh, shit, we got it wrong. Oh, man, we didn't realize that was going to happen. All the time. And if we can avoid those situations by tweaking the legislation before it becomes law and before it starts to impact people's lives, I don't see what the problem is. I think that, in fact, that is the way in which it should be done. That's the whole purpose of debating. All right. All right, folks. I got a lot of work to do, and I'm sure so do you. We're coming into Christmas next week, Thursday. So the pressure's on to wrap up your schedules. I see kids now coming out of school, bless their little heart. Some of them are wrapping up this week, and then they're going to be on their little winter term break. I love it. Really begging the people driving on our roadways to please be careful. Some of you guys are just the worst drivers out there. Like, oh my God, I don't know what y'all doing. This was someone said, I think she might be referring to where Minister Bryan is saying to put the revocation. Who's this calling me? Mrs. Hill. Which Mrs. Hill is that? I don't know which Mrs. Hill that is. There's another Mrs. Hill. The revocation of the RC to 15 years instead of waiting 15 years for them to gain it. He expounded on how it might affect the family as well as the Caymanian partner. He also asked Minister Ebanks how he would feel if the shoe was on the other foot when his wife was in the said position in the past. Had it been the way in which it was now implementing it. Thank you very much for a great show. And this is a fair point. I mean, again, those of us who are married to foreign spouses, this is something that you got to think about. Hey, we're good now. Even the increase in the naturalization, we're not going to worry about none of that. We're ready good. But how would I feel if I was in that situation? Well, I told you guys. When Marlon was applying for his RERC and we were paying the fee, I expressed to France Manderson that this fee is really cheap for what you're getting. I said that. I'm not saying it needs to be $1 million, but I'm saying it's a little bit too cheap. I can see why it's attractive to people. Let's increase the fee a little bit, right? Do I think that Marlon should have to wait 15 years for him to get RERC? No, actually, I don't. I don't think that that's fair at all. I think revoking it, the ability to revoke it, the ability to penalize people who are entering into marriages of convenience, that is what needs to be done. Those are the things that need to happen. That's what I'm saying, honey child. Feel me? All right. So stay tuned for, it's only about 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes more to spend with me. I'm sure of that. Lady D says critical thinking. Cameron Bratt, the best island. Jess says, yep. What do you say you finish with West Indian men? I don't think that that's your problem. You'll find good and bad all over the place. And West Indian men, some of them sweet and some of them sour and none are good. You just got to pick the right ones, whether they're West Indian, Asian, North American, it don't make no difference. I don't know who's calling me again. Hello, good morning.
Hi, Mrs. It's Superintendent Wendy Parchment. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you? I don't know why this phone says Mrs. Hill is calling me. I don't know where you got that number associated with a Mrs. Hill.
I heard it. It's okay. These technologies, little things make errors.
I don't know.
So I apologize that we have to be speaking on this matter. Just want you to know, on behalf of my office, which is the case file management team, we are in possession of those documents for you.
Okay.
And Inspector Ricketts is willing to come out to you. So if you could tell us a convenient time or date, and it's not until February of 2026. I think it's the 10th of February 2026. So we didn't have to change the date at all.
Okay.
Would you like for us to meet you today, or do you want to?
Yeah, you guys know, where I live. Don't say it on air, but you do know where I live. So he can bring it here. I'll be home doing some work, so that's fine. And I'm sure you've heard that as soon as I get it, I plan on lawyering up and filing a lawsuit. I kind of tired of the DPP's office, and by extension, the police.
If you think that I didn't listen to that radio show this morning, I did say, and they're human, and everyone has to take care of themselves and do what they think is best for them.
That's right.
I don't have any issues.
It's been a long road now with me and the DPP and the police, and I've just had enough. But that's fine. I don't take it personal. Just like I tell them when I sue them and I get my money, they mustn't take it personal either. They must just pay me in cold hard cash directed to my CNB account.
Don't worry, and you're still respected as an individual, a person that has rights like everybody else. So I certainly understand where you're coming from, but we have a job to do, and we do what we're directed to do, and that's what everyone needs to understand. So nothing, no hard feelings.
Yeah, but you guys know where to find me, so he can bring it by anytime. I'll be home doing some work, so anytime today should be fine. Probably before 3:00.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so
much. All right,
much.
my dear. Thanks too. Okay. All right, bye-bye. I don't know why iPhone talking about Mrs. Hill. No, sir. iPhone, don't be confusing that. No, yeah, that's her friends, Popo. They have the what's it called? The summons ready. So, yep, here we go again. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's gonna be fine. Yes, sir. Anyway, anybody in the UK and my friends overseas, KCs, listening, and they want to represent me in this lawsuit, reach out, honey child. We're going for the money bag. The government gonna have to pay me some money. All right, so stay tuned for this this little video that we put together with our good friends over at Cayman Airways. 40 years in Tampa. So lovely.
Stevens, Chief Executive Officer here at America's favorite airport, Tampa International, and I want to thank you all for being here today for this momentous occasion. And I'd like to take an opportunity to welcome to our airport today some very special guests from the Caymanian government, starting with the Deputy Premier and Minister of Tourism and Trade and Development for Cayman Islands, the Honorable Gary Rudy. I'd also like to welcome the Minister for Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing, and Infrastructure, the Honorable J.E. Bentz. And Deputy Speaker of the House, the Honorable Perlina L. McGaw-Lumsden. Also with us today is Captain Chris Bergstrom, the Deputy Chairman of the Board of Directors for Cayman Airways, along with several other members of the Cayman airline team, as well as their family members and guests. So let's give them all one final warm round of applause. Now, before all of our wonderful passengers head off to Grand Cayman to enjoy the famous hospitality and world-renowned and world-class beaches, we want to mark these past 4 decades of nonstop flights between TPA and Owen Roberts International Airport in Georgetown. Now, many of us probably don't remember where we were 40 years ago. I was not even born. But I tell you what we were up to. Tampa International and Cayman Airways, we were up to forging a tremendous relationship that would connect both people and cultures and strengthen it year after year. So I want to give a huge shout out to Cayman Airways for being our partner since 1985 and our longest serving airline to the Caribbean region.
Wow.
Yeah. They fly this nonstop route 5 times a week, which makes Tampa Bay the destination with the second highest number of flights amongst U.S. cities for Cayman Airways, only behind Miami. Yes. All right, but this is the best place that Cayman
That's
flies.
right.
And this relationship illustrates just how important it has been not only to our airport, but the entire Tampa Bay community. When you consider the fact that Florida as a whole exports more than $350 million in goods to Cayman each and every year. It's also an ideal destination to take a break, which, of course, with the holiday busy season, all of us can use that, right? And take in all the beauty that the wonderful Cayman Islands has to offer. And over the past year, approximately 17,000 visitors from the Tampa Bay catchment area visited the Cayman Islands to enjoy everything that island visitors would want to enjoy on a beautiful trip there. And now I mentioned that there are some VIPs here with us today. So let me give them a moment to have the floor and say a couple of words about this wonderful 40-year relationship between the island and Tampa Bay. So it is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the podium our very distinguished guest, the Honorable Gary Rudy. Gary.
Thank you, appreciate it. Good evening. The last time I cut a cake cost me 31 of the best years of my life. I'm looking forward for another 40 here at Cayman Airways in Tampa. Honorable J.E. Banks, Cayman Islands Minister for Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing, and Infrastructure, just about everything in the Cayman Islands. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Member of Parliament, Perlina McGull-Lumsden, Mr. Christopher Minner, Chief of Commercial Officer, Tampa International Airport. Captain Chris Bergstrom, Deputy Chairman of the Cayman Airways Board of Directors, and also 35 years of flying into Tampa. Paul Tibbetts, Chief Financial Officer for Cayman Airways, and members of the Cayman Airways family. And also Mr. David Morit, founder of Morit's Resort in Grand Cayman. Other distinguished guests, travelers, and our friends from the Tampa Bay community, I wish you all a very good afternoon. It is truly an honor to be here celebrating this remarkable milestone. 40 years of Cayman Airways service connecting Tampa and Grand Cayman. 40 years of memories, friendships, economic growth, and countless journeys that have brought our two communities closer than ever before. For many Caymanians, including myself, Tampa has always been more than a destination. It is a familiar place where Caymanians have traveled for education, medical care, shopping, and weekend getaways. Oh, how I dread that credit card statement come January. Caymanians have built so many meaningful ties here, and we are happy to return again and again, knowing that Cayman Airways will always carry us safely back to our shores. For our Floridian friends, the Cayman Islands have become a favorite home away from home. Over the years, thousands of visitors from Tampa have discovered the beauty of our beaches, the warmth of our people, and the unmistakable feeling of Cayman kindness found only within our shores. For 4 decades, the partnership between the Cayman Islands and Tampa has supported small businesses, strengthened our tourism industry, and opened doors for cultural exchange. But this route has never been just about convenience. It has been about forging deep and genuine, lasting connections. Families have been reunited, students have pursued their dreams, and businesses on both sides have grown because Cayman Airways has remained committed to serving this vital link. And the past 40 years have taught us that when Cayman Airways builds an air bridge, it is safe, dependable, well supported, and built to endure. From my own personal perspective, in 1938, when my mother was 6 years old, she took her first trip to Tampa with her mom on board a famous locally built Cayman schooner called the Adams for her brother to receive medical attention for pneumonia. He was just 4 years at the time. In 1968, my mother was most instrumental in the formation of Cayman Airways. She wrote an approximately 120-page document on a manual typewriter to what was the FAA at the time to request permission for Cayman Airways to commence service to the USA. It warms my heart to see how much we have progressed from those early days, and I know my dear mom would also be overjoyed and very proud of what we've established with this partnership here today. My father was a seaman, and he often came to Tampa on a boat called the Mispa. Over the years, when he saved enough money, he was able to enroll at the University of Florida to do business in 1954. The historical connection between the Cayman Islands and Tampa runs deep, and as Minister of Tourism, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has played a role in sustaining this route. From the visionaries who launched it in 1985 to the pilots, flight crews, engineers, ground staff, administrators, Sharon Brown, and all who have upheld the Cayman Airways standard of excellence every single day. To the Tampa community, thank you for welcoming Cayman Airways all those years ago and for continuing to believe in the value of this partnership. Thank you for being part of our story and for allowing us to be part of yours. Today is not just a celebration of what we have accomplished, but a chance to look ahead with optimism and ambition. Because while 40 years is a tremendous achievement, we look forward to another 40 years and far beyond of deeper, greater partnership, increased connectivity, and shared success. As Minister, I am committed to this route and to expanding opportunities for both leisure and business travelers to ensure that Cayman Airways remains a symbol of reliability, national pride, and world-class service. To Cayman Airways, may your wings continue to carry our people, our culture, and our values with pride. And to all the passengers who have traveled this route over the past 4 decades, thank you for making this connection meaningful. We could not have achieved this wonderful milestone without your support. And so, as we honor the past, embrace the present, and boldly shape the future together, I say, happy anniversary, Cayman Airways Tampa route. May the next 40 years be brighter. Thank you, may God bless you, and safe travels. And thank you for flying Cayman Airways.
Deputy Premier, thank you for those fantastic words and for your commitment to ensuring such a strong and long-lasting relationship between the island and the Tampa Bay community. And also, thank you for sharing a bit of that history about your family and their role and the leadership that they have played in helping forge these relationships. As a small token of our thanks, we'd like to present you with our traditional TPA gift. So, one of our model aircraft with a special TPA livery featuring the colors of our Spirit of Flight logo. So, Deputy Premier, if you could just come up and let me present you with this wonderful little token of our
that's beautiful.
Thank you.
And also from our island, our people to you as well. Yes, thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, thank you.
So he's coming to look for us in Cayman, so everybody has to help me make sure you get the best hospitality possible.
Good. And now, as I said, we have a additional group of dedicated people from Cayman Airways who work tirelessly to ensure your travel experience today and every day is the best that it can possibly be. So representing our airline partners with Cayman Airways is Deputy Chairman of Cayman Airways Board of Directors, Captain Chris Bergstrom.
It's hard to follow a politician, you know. Deputy Premier, thank you for your wonderful remarks about our wonderful country. And to the Tampa Airport dignitaries, thank you for hosting us and putting on such an amazing afternoon. It really is an honor for us to be here, and we appreciate the effort and the energy that's gone into this. Just before I get started, I'd also like to say a big thank you to our Cayman Airways team who has put all this together. It's truly amazing, and we really appreciate all the hard work. So please give them a big round of applause. Of course, none of this would be possible without our wonderful passengers. So everybody that's here flying down and paying for seats today, thank you for your business. Without you, we're not here. So we really appreciate it. So with protocol established, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends of Tampa and the Cayman Islands. Today we're proud to celebrate a very special milestone with 40 years of non-stop air service between Tampa and Grand Cayman. This route is far more than just a flight number on a schedule. It's a living connection between two communities that has shared history, opportunity, and family ties, as the Deputy Premier mentioned, for generations and generations. Long before the route ever took to the skies, Caymanians were already in Tampa putting down their roots along the Gulf Coast. In the 1960s and 70s, many Caymanian seafarers settled here in Tampa and in other Gulf cities, drawn by opportunity and the natural maritime bond that connects our people. Tampa became a second home for many Caymanian families, a place where culture, community, and commerce flourished. 40 years ago, December the 16th, 1985, was when this route was first established, and it did something powerful. It made those connections easier, faster, and stronger. In fact, this was only the third international route ever launched by Tampa International Airport, a testament to both the foresight of the airport and of the importance of the Cayman Islands as an international partner. What followed was truly special. The Tampa Cayman route quickly became one that travelers embraced, not just for family reunions, but for leisure, business, and discovery. Over time, the Cayman Islands has become Tampa's premier Caribbean destination, introducing generations of travelers to our crystal clear waters, warm hospitality, and vibrant culture. Most importantly, this route has carried people, parents, children, students, grandparents, workers, and dreamers, strengthening the human ties that define our shared story. Today, as we celebrate 40 years of service, we also celebrate the enduring relationship between Tampa and the Cayman Islands, one built on trust, history, and mutual respect. As we look forward, we do so with confidence that this route will continue to serve as a bridge between our communities for many, many years to come. Thank you to Tampa International Airport, our airline partners, and to everyone who has made this route such a long and lasting success. Here's to 40 years of connection, opportunity, and a shared journey. Thank you. Cheers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our distinguished guests, all of our partners at Cayman Airways, and all of our passengers and patrons that visit Tampa International Airport, thank you all for joining us today. We hope you enjoy the cassava cake, the punch, the fantastic sounds of Caymanian artist Mr. Stuart Wilson. Give it up for him. That Cayman Airways has so graciously provided and brought to you all before your flight. We're looking forward to seeing you all again. And until then, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and wishing you safe travels and all of God's blessings. Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely. So, before we wrap this up, I just want to recognize Miss Sharon Brown. Where's Miss Sharon Brown go? Miss Sharon, come here, honey. I was in business probably 35 years before I am where I am today. But I have to say, I've known Sharon for the last 4 months, and I think I've got as many compliments of any employee that I've had as much as I have with her. Sharon, you do a fantastic job of representing Cayman Airways and the Caymanian people with pride. I know you feel like one of us, and I hope for one day I'll speak to Michael Miles to make sure he become one of us as well. Cut that!
Your Deputy Honorary Mayor, today is a dream for me, because having come here 40 years ago and built a little baby called Tortuga Club, and promising the government I would bring in 30,000 families. And throughout those 38 years, until today actually, I want to thank, if I may call you Gary, because I've known you 40 years and your dad as well. Friends for a long time and more to come. But in those days, everybody thought I was crazy to take on that gamble. But I am crazy. I will stay crazy. But Gary, I want to thank you very much indeed for inviting me today, because it really means so much to me, because people didn't think I would do what I did. But for you inviting me and taking me royally to meet your team, which I did, and I've never seen such a lovely team you've built. I was so impressed with Sharon and Robert and Mr. Paul Tibbetts, who took me through everything, and you have such a wonderful future. We have a wonderful future. Whereas at the start of the year, I started my new building called the Genevieve at the club, because I'm having to build, because our reputation out there has become so great that we're 98% full year in, year out, and no one has that. So I've had to start building, although I was a bit perturbed at the start of the year how the economy is going to be, but I took it on. But I had to, because people are cramming to come to the island. So what you've done, and I'm very proud because I'm your #1 partner, Cayman Islands, and I intend to be. But the bad news is, Mr. Gary, if I may say so, I know you're going to do a job getting more and more people coming into the island, but I've just taken on another venture now, which I think you will see for the future, is a place called Canada, Montreal. I started it 5 years ago, and that badge has done more for anybody, you know, to promote Cayman. And my future and my next dream, which funny enough, God looks down on me in many ways. I've got now my Canadians coming to your beautiful island, and vice versa. I want to do the same for them. So that is my goal, and actually I'm hoping my friends from Cayman Airways will help me some way or other. But between us, we are a team, and as the song goes in the Freddie Mercury, we are the champions. Cayman, Canada, Commonwealth in particular. So thanks everybody, but we all deserve our luck anyway. And Gary, thank you very much indeed. Thanks everybody. I appreciate it.
Gentlemen, if I can indulge you for just another moment, we have another very special guest here with us today, Mr. Joe DeCesar, who was the Cayman Airways station manager here in Tampa for over 30 years, almost 40 years. And Joe is with us today. So, please come up, Joe. So, Joe and I have had a privilege of being fellow employee of his for over 35 years. He had a head start on me, obviously, and I think we retired around the same time, Joe. So anyway, please give Joe a big hand of applause, because of him that we are what we are here. So.
Walking through Tampa International Airport and hearing some amazing music that sounds very local. Let's check this out. Look at this. Wow.
Sandra, how you doing?
I'm good.
What are you doing?
So check out the full display here, right by the Christmas tree.
Joe, on behalf of Cayman Airways Tampa team, we'd like to wish you and thank you for all you have done. Without you, there would be no Cayman Airways in Tampa. We present you with a little token to say thank you for all your glorious years here.
Thank you.
All right, so we're here speaking with Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, everybody's calling you Mr. Joe, but give us your full name.
Joe DeCesare.
Joe, thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about, I mean, you're synonymous with the Cayman Airways, counter here. You've been here from day one.
Yes, I opened the station.
Yes.
40 years ago.
40 years. Do you remember what it was like 40 years ago?
Yes, we had just about, I think, 2 flights a week when I first started, and then we progressed until we got a complete schedule out of here.
And from your experience, did people have any idea where Cayman was until this flight started, like the Tampa people?
Well, I don't believe they did.
And then
they
of course,
would go, what?
Yeah, exactly. But this direct route has made an absolute difference.
I've had a fantastic time here. Really, I have. And I just love the Cayman folks. They are just fantastic folks.
Yes.
So,
well, thank you so much. I mean, this is such a pleasure to see Cayman Airways celebrating 48 years. I was actually living in Tampa at the time when it started. So I remember hearing about, wow, a little small island that sometimes didn't even show up on the map 40 years ago had a direct flight to an international airport like Tampa. So that was pretty amazing. You've had quite a career here.
I sure have. I've been out at Tampa Airport for quite a while.
Wow.
Even prior to Cayman Airways.
Yeah. Well, congratulations for your long service. Of course, the people of the Cayman Islands love you and appreciate all that you've done.
Oh, I know. I love the folks. They really do. It was never a job. Just a fantastic ride.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joe. All right, so we're here speaking to Ms. Jan Lawrence, who has been living in Tampa for over 20 years now, at least. And she is an integral part of the Tampa Grand Cayman Connection. So tell us a little bit about why this route is so important to you.
Sandra, I don't live in Tampa. I reside in Tampa.
You reside?
My heart is in Cayman. I live in Cayman. But they say home is where your heart is.
Yeah.
So Cayman is my home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
All right, I'll see you over there. I'm gonna head over.
Yeah, Caymanians have always had a strong connection with Tampa. But strange enough, I had never been here until I moved here.
Wow.
Never been here. I came here because my son was ill, and we transferred him from Miami Children's Hospital when the doctor left to All Children's Hospital. So that's how I ended up here.
Wow.
And I've embedded myself in the Tampa community because I homeschool my kids, as well as the Caymanian community.
Right.
I don't like to say, but I think I'm probably the glue in the Caymanian community.
Yeah.
Because I was probably the first one here that Caymanians that moved here.
Yeah.
And as everybody knows, I'm the connection for Caymanian patients that come up here to Moffett, or for any reason really, and for Caymanian students, so that they have a place, a person that they can reach out to, and a place they can call home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is my house, really.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Jan. Really appreciate you taking a few minutes and speaking with us.
And Cayman Airways, let me tell you, when I get homesick, everybody's going to laugh at this, and it's a true story. My kids are telling me, when I'm homesick, I get in my car and I drive and I go look for that surf turtle that's parked right out there.
Aww.
Makes me feel at home.
That's amazing. Thank you. All right, here with Miss Marva Reed, who of course has a long, extensive history with Cayman Airways, as they're celebrating today on Monday their 40th year of nonstop service to Tampa. So Marva, tell us a little bit about your history with Cayman Airways, because you go way back.
Absolutely. So hello, Cayman. That's okay, there we go. So hello, Cayman. Hello, Tampa. Hello, the world. So just to say that I worked with Cayman Airways as a flight attendant many moons ago. Let's just say that. But Tampa was one of my favorite places to fly into, because when I was flying with Cayman Airways, we flew to Tampa and then went on to Atlanta, and then from Atlanta back to Tampa, and then on to Grand Cayman. So it's been quite some time, because I've been gone from Cayman Airways now for about 25, 26 years.
Wow.
Yes. So love Tampa, and of course my family lives here now. So yes, I'm happy to be here celebrating.
Yes. Do you remember when the route opened? Because I remember it distinctly, because I lived in Tampa at the time. I was 12 years old.
Wow.
And I was living here since I was 9. It was such big excitement, because for me, it really put Cayman on the map for the Tampa area, to Tampa Bay area. Do you remember anything distinct about when the Tampa route started? Were there people that you know, all of a sudden were able to go to university here that maybe wouldn't have gone here before?
Don't remember anything distinctively, but I am sure that the opportunities was here, because of course I've had family living here in Tampa from many years back. I'm family to the Tibbetses, and the Tibbetses have lived here and had development, you know, with businesses and stuff. So, and just coming up a few days ago on the flight, there were 2 girls that I know from the BRAC, and they said to me, wow, we've been flying to Tampa for the past 40 years, 50 years actually, because they have a sister that lives here in the Tampa area.
Right.
So they know from the first flight, and they were telling me how excited they were when Cayman Airways started to do the flights, that they were able to fly then on Cayman Airways to get here.
Yes, that real direct connection. Well, it's amazing to be here today celebrating with so many people.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Marva. Good to hear from you.
Thank you.
All right, we're here with Jahira Goodwin, having an amazing time at Cayman Airways at the Tampa International Airport, celebrating 40 years of non-stop service. So tell us a little bit about your history. First of all, congratulations. You are the manager for the North American sales.
Sales director for Cayman Airways and for North America. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thank you for being here. We're excited to be here. 40 years is a very long time to be in anything or do anything, and to be in and out of TPA. It's a legacy that we all have. As a former USF alumni, I actually also traveled in and out of TPA on Cayman Airways. So I have a personal connection to Tampa, personal connection obviously to Cayman and Cayman Airways. So it's really exciting.
This is amazing. So tell us, what is it about Tampa International Airport that you think is so endearing and that you really enjoy flying into this destination?
You know, they make it easy. They really make it easy to get in and out of. Whether you're coming in domestically or internationally, I think that's part of it. Just the charm of what they do and the people that are here. I work closely with the TPA staff to make sure we promote Cayman and Cayman Airways here in Tampa, and they make that quite easily as well. And of course, Phoebe, whoever doesn't know Phoebe, and they have one of the best Instagram accounts there too, if you're not following them. Really, really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So lots of celebrations here today. You know, I'm wishing you guys continued success with this route. This route is, for me personally, this is the route, because it started when I was 12 years old and I lived in Tampa at the time, and it really put Cayman on the map. So congrats to Cayman Airways.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Here interviewing Josh Pollack. He actually works with Cayman Airways.
That is
tell
right.
us a little bit about your position at Cayman Airways, Josh.
I am the Director of Business Development. Been there roughly about 2 years now.
Okay.
Up here supporting 40 years of continuous service of Tampa International and Tampa. Long-term partnership that's been very beneficial, obviously for all of us in Cayman. Me personally, as from Tampa, I met my wife here, who is up here in University of South Florida from Cayman. And 17 years later, I've made Cayman my home, and it's all because of this flight.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
I mean, this flight has had so many connections and memories for people. I was sharing earlier that I remember when the route started 40 years ago. I was only 12 years old, but I was actually living in Tampa. So lots of connections, I think, have emerged because of this direct flight between, Tampa International Airport and Grand Cayman. So thank you guys so much for putting on a wonderful event today. And here's to another 40 plus 40 years.
Absolutely, and keeping everyone connected, whether you're in Cayman or you're here, those family ties are too important.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Josh. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You taught me so many things about Australia. I'm so glad you're
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.